s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée de plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellin. Mr. Speaker, in Alfred Pellin, many guardian angels have made a difference during the first wave. They had to deal with new realities with courage, determination, and resilience, and this in order to support the most vulnerable people in our community. Today, I wish to highlight the local Meals on Wheels services, including the Service Bénévole d'Entraide Vimont-Auteuil, who have spent countless hours in the kitchen. Affordable catering services have been provided in order to help our seniors. Emergency food pantries have been created by Relais de Quartier Saint-Vincent-de-Paul and the Maison de la Famille Saint-François. We have 28 days to flatten the curve, and I wish to thank all the organizations in Alfred Pellin who have stood strong and who continue to support our community. You are doing amazing work, and I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to deliver this statement from Williams Lake, British Columbia, my hometown and the home of the Williams Lake Stampede, the greatest show on dirt. Over the last 5 years, the Liberals have shown through their disastrous policies that they don't respect or understand rural or Western Canadians. The speech from the throne didn't address the increasing rural crime or the opioid crisis and did nothing to address the growing unity crisis grappling Western Canada. Small businesses are the backbone of our country and have been all but forgotten by this government. Communities in my riding depend on the economic benefits of major events like the Williams Lake Stampede, Billy Barker Days, the Vanderhoof Air Show, and the BC Northern Exhibition. Due to COVID, all were shut down in 2020. Because of this, businesses and great community supporters like C Plus Rodeos, Central Display, Judy Russell Dance, Blake Productions, and thousands more have all suffered incredible losses this year. And sadly, they were all left behind by this government. They deserve better. Mr. Speaker, we may be down, but in true Caribou spirit, we'll get back up, dust ourselves off, saddle up, and ride again. Yeehaw!
Honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, Etobicoke North is a caring, strong community, and we are here for one another. Thank you to the tireless frontline healthcare workers of our own William Osler Health System for their life-saving work, and to Rexdale Community Health Centre for their important community health care during COVID-19. Thank you to our tremendous community organizations like Albion Neighbourhood Services that provided youth services, the Sixth Spiritual Centre Toronto that provided packed meals to families, the International Muslims Organization, and the Lions Club that provided food and essential supplies, and Trust 15 that continued inspiring and mentoring our amazing youth. Thank you to our churches, mandates, volunteers, and our wonderful families. Know I am grateful for the care, love, and the way you lift us up. The COVID-19 pandemic is not over, and it's going to take all of us working together to keep our very special community safe.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, 50 years ago, an organization in the St. Bruno Parish funded a development project in a village in Cameroon called Minta. For 50 years, this organization of the same name invested in humanitarian projects to improve the living conditions in the poorest communities around the world. Since 1970, over 233 projects in 43 countries and 4 continents have been undertaken by Minta. However, celebrations of the 50th anniversary have been cancelled, including a solidarity walk. But no matter, we will double up Despite the constraints related to the ongoing health crisis, a magnificent work of art in the form of a planet was inaugurated in front of the St. Bruno Church on September 14th. International solidarity is extremely important, all the more so during a pandemic. We must continue to support remarkable organizations like Minta Saint Bruno, which has made Quebec and our region shine during and create lasting ties and make a difference to people throughout the world. Happy 50th anniversary to Minta.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the eve of their 30th anniversary to recognize Éduc Alcool's great work. Taking action against excessive drinking, they started small, helping other organizations repair the damage caused by alcohol abuse. Over time, as they grew, they took on the challenge of prevention. Their slogan, La Modernisation a bien meilleur goût, and clever marketing approach has been incredibly successful, and they are renowned for their educational programs and common sense approach. Éduc Alcool is a beloved and respected voice on the harms of excessive drinking and alcohol policy. This October, Éduc Alcool is launching a Quebec-wide contest called En Octobre, on compte sévère, and I encourage everyone across Quebec to take part and count their drinks in October. Moderation is always in good taste. Éduc Alcool deserves our recognition for making Quebecers more accountable and aware of the harm posed by excessive drinking. Thank you for all you do.
Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
In 1960, a young farm boy who had just started teaching was recruited to run for politics. At age 23, Bob Clark became the youngest elected official in the Commonwealth. He went on to serve as Minister of Youth, Minister of Education, and eventually leader of Alberta's official opposition. After politics, he served as Alberta's Ethics Commissioner, and more recently as chair of the Olds College Board of Governors. As a lifelong sports builder, particularly with the Olds Grizzly hockey team, Bob was inducted into the Alberta Sports Hall of Fame. These are but a few highlights of his storied career. In the early 70s, Bob encouraged me to become engaged in politics. As I traveled alongside Bob, I was able to observe what a politician should be: a compassionate listener and a problem solver dedicated to public service. I cherished him as a mentor and as a friend. Bob passed away on July 10th with his loving wife Norma and children Dean and Donna by his side. We will all miss him dearly.
The
Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses in Northern Ontario remain hard hit by COVID-19. FedNor's Regional Relief and Recovery Fund, RRF, has been a lifeline protecting over 3,300 jobs in Northern Ontario alone. On October 2nd, an extra $22.3 million was announced for FedNor, including $6 million from Community Futures Development Corporations. This is in addition to the $43.8 million that was already announced this spring. I really want to thank the Minister for all her help in supporting local jobs in Northern Ontario. Our message to local businesses is clear. We're here for you, and we'll get through this together. We're working with you to support good local jobs and help our economy come back stronger. Ces entreprises sont l'épine dorsale.
These companies are the backbone of our economy, a significant source of local jobs. We are providing small businesses with the tools they need to recover and to prosper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Pickering Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this month is Women's History Month, and I rise to remind the House of how much work is still needed for women's equality, and our rights still remain under threat. For example, the leader of the opposition says he got into politics to defend the rights of Canadians, yet he pleaded for the votes of social conservatives who work to remove a woman's right to choose. He supports the member from Hastings, Lennox, and Addington who compared the arguments for a woman's right to choose to the arguments in support of slavery. Compare that to our Prime Minister who appointed Canada's first gender balance and stated, quote, "It's not for a room full of predominantly male legislators to take away those rights from women." I know the leader of the opposition says he's Canada's next handyman, but he clearly doesn't understand how to build a more equitable Canada. On this side of the House, our Prime Minister, our Liberal members, our leaders, we stand up and speak out against those who seek to roll back women's rights.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Marietta Lola Doreen Roberts. To many, Marietta was a politician, a lawyer, a judge in Ontario. She was the first woman elected as a member of provincial parliament in my riding. To me, Marietta was the next-door neighbour to my family farm in Sparta, Ontario. The relationship between the Roberts and the Martin families have extended through multiple generations. To my Aunt Marjorie, Marietta was her childhood friend and loyal confidant. Marjorie reflected upon Marietta as one of the ones devoted to her family, cultivated numerous friends, and treated individuals with fairness in her personal and professional life. For over 65 years, Marietta was my aunt, and my aunt remembered birthdays and celebrated every Christmas Eve. To me, Marietta was proof that if you're from Sparta, you can do anything. As Steve Peters, former Speaker of the Ontario Legislature, said, there must be something in the water. My heartfelt condolences are sent to the Roberts family. Marietta has left a great legacy to her community and to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very nice.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, COVID-19 has demonstrated to Canadians that the provincial government and the Canadian government have worked exceptionally well together in protecting our healthcare system, in providing the healthcare services that Canadians expect of our governments. And, Mr. Speaker, over the last couple of years, I have tabled many petitions signed by the residents of Winnipeg North calling upon the federal government to introduce and bring forward a national pharmacare program. In the throne speech, we have seen incorporated a national throne speech where we will have a national pharmacare program from coast to coast to coast for those provinces that are willing to work with the government to make a difference and deliver what Canadians in all regions of our country want, a truly national pharmacare program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, beginning last Friday, Jewish Canadians across the country have been celebrating Sukkot. During this time, we celebrate the gathering of the harvest and commemorate 40 years of the ancient Israelites wandering the desert when they left Egypt. For 8 days, Jews will gather in a sukkah, which is a hut that represents the temporary shelters used on the way out of Egypt. It is here where meals and prayers are shared throughout Sukkot to celebrate this joyous and festive occasion. During this celebration, a bundle of different plants is waved in all different directions, known as the four kinds. These symbolize Jewish unity, demonstrating the different levels of knowledge and observance within the Jewish faith being united. Today, I wish the Jewish community across Canada celebrating Sukkot a Chag Sameach.
The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Alberta announced that it will establish the Centre of Excellence for Plastics Diversion and Recycling by 2030 as part of its plan to get Albertans back to work. The plan could lead to a possible $1.4 billion in economic opportunity and contribute to the creation of over 13,000 jobs while decreasing the impact of plastic waste. With all the Liberals' talk about the economy and the environment going hand in hand, you would think that this would be a welcome plan. But less than 24 hours later, the Liberals have made it clear they intend on getting in Alberta's way yet again by declaring plastics as toxic and banning single-use items under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Plastic will now be considered just as toxic as other substances such as mercury and asbestos. So now, in the middle of a pandemic, workers in the plastic manufacturing industry might also find themselves out of a job. It's clear the Liberals don't have a single use for Albertans. Why don't they understand that it's their policies that are actually toxic?
The honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October 11th marks International Day of the Girl Child. It's a day to recognize girls' rights and the unique challenges girls face around the world. According to the United Nations, there are more than 1.1 billion girls under the age of 18 who are poised to become the largest generation of female leaders, entrepreneurs, and change makers the world has ever seen. But there's a problem. COVID-19 hasn't just exposed inequalities girls already faced. This pandemic has made it worse. Decades of progress in gender equality will disappear before our eyes if we don't act now. To start, Canada must invest 1% of its COVID-19 response to global solutions that protect the rights of girls around the world. We must fight for gender equality abroad by promoting human rights, security, access to education, and protection of health while ensuring that women and girls have a seat at all decision-making tables.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, it's with great pride as a fan from the very beginning of the Rimouski Oceanics that I want to tell my colleagues yesterday about the selection of the star player of our club, Alexis Lafrenière. He is a #1 pick in the NHL draft. Drafted by the New York Rangers, he will, I know, electrify the crowds at Madison Square Gardens, just as he did at the Rimouski Arena when he dominated the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League. He's the 8th Quebecer in 50 years to be so honored, joining historic players like Mario Lemieux and Guy Lafleur. The Rimouski Oceanic has a long tradition of excellence. It's the 3rd time one of its players has been so honored after Sidney Crosby and Vincent Lecavalier. It's the pride of our region, and Alexis is the pride of a nation. Alexis Lafrenière will be a hockey legend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
The list of laws broken by these Liberals and Liberal insiders gets longer by the day. News continues to break about more Liberals involved with organized crime, committing fraud, assault, and in this place, ethics laws. For years now, they have broken ethics laws, been caught, and then tried to cover it up. The WE scandal is no different. When multiple committees were dialing in on the corruption around the cabinet table, the Prime Minister shut down Parliament and locked the doors on those committees. In the middle of a pandemic, this Prime Minister put his cover-up before the needs of Canadians, and public institutions continues to be degraded by this Liberal government. Canadians want truth, and they deserve answers. It's time for Liberal members to make a choice. Will they bring the truth to light, or will they be complicit in corruption and cover-ups that damage our democracy?
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever before, we have a role to play on the world stage. For the past several years, China has increased arbitrary detentions of the Uyghurs, a Muslim minority. There are reports of internment camps, forced labor, sterilizations, and other human rights abuses. These are unacceptable, and that's not all.
Repression of the Muslim Uyghur community continues. Chinese authorities are ramping up their assault on the freedoms of those living in Hong Kong. The new national security legislation is resulting in the arrest and detention of democracy rights activists. That is why Canada was the first country in the world to suspend its extradition treaty with Hong Kong. That is why we are taking a leadership role with our allies, Mr. Speaker. We remain firmly committed to the immediate release of the 2 arbitrarily detained Canadians, but that has not meant that we have not stood up to China, because Canada will always stand up for what is right.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for 2 decades now, the government could count on the World Health Network to prevent pandemics. In 2018, the Liberal government changed its mission. It more trusted countries like China, and right now, Canada was not at all prepared for COVID. Why did the PM close our first line of defense? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Over the years, Canada has continued to play an important role, not only in Canada, but across the world, in the fight against infectious diseases. We've worked with our partners worldwide, and we're going to continue to do so. We have no lessons. Well, we also learned lessons from SARS in Toronto in 2003, and we learned from this and applied these lessons. In January, Dr. Tam had already called meetings with her counterparts in other provinces, and we're going to continue to work with experts here in Canada and abroad. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That's not the case, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister counseled our pandemic system, and and he relied on official information from the Chinese government rather than those of Canadian analysts. Canada had a pandemic alert system that was avant-garde, and this is no longer the case. Why does the Prime Minister value press releases from Beijing rather than those from Canada, the Right Honourable Prime Minister? That's simply not the case. We have extraordinary experts across Canada who give us recommendations, but we also do work in a multilateral system that recognizes the work done by our allies across the world, including at the WHO. We're going to continue to work on the best possible evidence while we protect Canadians. That's what we've done since the beginning of this pandemic, and that's what we're going to continue to do throughout it. Unlike other parties, we're going to be there to support Canadians at every stage and based on science. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prioritized information from Beijing over Canadian intelligence officials. And experts have been warning since 2018 that the government was keeping them from reporting international health situations, leaving Canadians at risk. The last warning that went out without government interference was in May of 2019. 7 months later, doctors in Wuhan began raising alarms about a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister shut down this country's first line of defense against COVID-19?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Conservatives playing up alarmist political points to score cheap political points. That's simply not the way it worked. We worked from the beginning of January where our public health officials engaged with their counterparts, Dr. Tam engaged with their counterparts across the country to highlight the concerns and the threat of this potential virus. We had intelligence briefings through the month of January on this issue, and we continued to work based on the best advice of our top scientists and medical officials in Canada, but also top scientists and officials from around the world, including at the WHO. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, alarmist. What's alarming is the news story in the paper today that said that senior Health Canada officials said that information about health outbreaks were being dumbed down by this government. Scientists have said the government placed a higher priority on open source information from China than on information gathered by Canadian intelligence officials. Before the pandemic warning system was shut down by this Prime Minister, it was leading the world in identifying outbreaks. Why did the Prime Minister put the health of Canadians at risk when he shut down the pandemic warning system?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I think all Canadians, and especially scientists across this country, will know that we will not take lessons from Conservatives when it comes to supporting science and scientists in this country. For 10 years under Stephen Harper, they slashed science budgets. They slashed and limited the abilities of scientists to do their work. On the contrary, we invested historic amounts in supporting scientists across the country, in ensuring that science is at the forefront of decisions we take. We will continue to put forward the responsible and powerful decisions made by our science as the things that we move forward as a country on.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Salma Atulajan is running to be the president of the International Parliamentary Union. Senator Atulajan would be the first Canadian. She would also be the first Muslim Canadian to be put forward by Canada for a prestigious position like this. Will the Prime Minister join me today in formally endorsing Senator Atulajan's candidacy for President of the IPU?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from Conservatives when it comes to gender equality or diversity. We recognize Senator Salma Atulajan's important work on human rights issues. The Minister of Foreign Affairs had a great conversation with her about her candidacy last week.
I'm going to interrupt the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm having a hard time hearing. I mean, there's not a lot of people with COVID, and we're doing this by virtual as well. But the noise is starting to get up, and people are more than making up for the small numbers. Now that everything's quiet, I'll sit down and I'll let the Right Honourable Prime Minister continue. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs had a great conversation with Senator Salma Tulajan last week about her candidacy, and we'll be speaking with her again. As it has long been the case, the government does not support candidates for roles in interparliamentary organizations like the IPU. That is for members in the House and Parliament of the world to decide, and we wish the Senator well in her campaign.
The Honourable Member for Balaye-Chambly. Thank you. Canada's relationship with its First Peoples is a nation-to-nation relationship that is the responsibility of the Prime Minister. He has to be concerned with the social issues that Indigenous peoples face, and that's where prejudice and racism comes into play. He spoke with the spouse of Ms. Joyce Echaquan and with the chiefs to tackle the social issues that are the direct heritage of the shameful Indian Act and systemic racism in Canada's history. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to express my deepest condolences to the family of Joyce Echaquan and to all the family that experienced this loss. Across the country, we were shocked by the video, and I'd like to say that the Indigenous Legion I spoke with were shocked but not surprised. This is a lived reality for all too many Indigenous peoples across our country. They face racism, and that is why on this side of the House, we do recognize systemic racism, and we're going to continue to work with this community and with all communities to eliminate systemic racism. The Honourable Member for Balaye-Chambly. Obviously, we do as well, but it's not up to we're in the Parliament so that he needs to say this, but to Ms. Echaquan or to the chief. Does he realize that the Quebec government contacted the community, met with the chiefs, conducted a public investigation, and is also going to look at recommendations? Does the Prime Minister realize that his condolences do not meet up to the relationship that he should have with Indigenous peoples, but Quebec is doing so? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first, I'd like to congratulate what I believe to have heard from the Bloc leader is that there is systemic racism in Quebec. It's important to be there to fight every day against systemic racism, and I'd like to underscore that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was at Joyce's funeral yesterday, and Minister Bennett also has communicated with the community and the family. We're going to continue to fight systemic racism and to move towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples in this country. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're clearly in a second wave of COVID-19. People are worried. They're afraid for the future. And to give people confidence, can the Prime Minister commit today to guaranteeing that when a vaccine will be available, it will be free for everyone? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since the onset of this pandemic, as a government, we've done everything we can to support Canadians, to reassure them in this situation, which does cause a lot of concern. We were there to help provinces with their healthcare systems. We were there to help workers, families, and small businesses, and we're going to continue to do so. In terms of the vaccine, we've established an expert committee to provide recommendations on the best way to ensure to distribute this vaccine for free in the best possible way, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to be once again very clear on this question. People are worried, they're deeply concerned, and something that would help out Canadians right now is a clear commitment, because it was unclear yesterday, so I want to ask one more time very clearly. Once a vaccine is ready, will the Prime Minister commit clearly that that vaccine will be freely available to all Canadians? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we deeply cherish our universal health care system, and that means that things like life-saving vaccines are free for Canadians. We indeed put forward a committee of independent experts to help counsel the government on the best way to ensure that vaccines are distributed fairly, equitably, and in the right priority way so that Canadians can be as safe as possible as these vaccines are discovered. I can highlight, however, the extraordinary work of our procurement minister, who has ensured that we have a great access to vaccines from around the world as they become available.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Parliamentary Budget Officer mentioned that the federal government's Innovation Superclusters program is unlikely to achieve its objectives. My mother often told me that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. The aerospace industry in Canada is declining. There are thousands of jobs now that are at risk. How does the government explain that it is crushing this Quebec flagship in full flight? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that this pandemic is hitting several sectors harder than others. For example, tourism, aerospace and travel, and also the oil industry. We are there to help workers across the country in all industries to get through this pandemic. We did it with the CERB, we did it with the wage subsidy, but we're going to continue to work with innovative companies in the aeronautic industry to move forward and to protect them. The member for Chicoutimi-Le Our aerospace industry continues to unravel, and it is also Canada's international credibility and influence that are affected. Aerospace in Canada is Magellan in Winnipeg, Pratt & Whitney in Longueuil, and also CAE present in Begleville. Aerospace provides jobs and economic development for the regions of Quebec, not just in Montreal. So why is the Liberal government focusing all of its efforts on the supercluster strategy that is in a state of disarray? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're investing across the country to help innovative industries that will prepare for the future and for the jobs of the future. And that's why we're investing so much in aerospace. And that's why we're investing so much in these superclusters, because we have trust in the future that Canadians are building and innovating every day. We're going to continue to be there to support workers in industries across the country like we've always done, and we're going to continue to do so.
For Calgary, Nose Hill.
When the Prime Minister shut down Canada's early warning system on the pandemic, and he says that he was briefed at the end of January, he was relying on WHO data that countries around the world admit was opaque and less than transparent, to be generous, from China. Then they fumbled around for weeks talking about how masks weren't effective and that there was no human transmission of this. We were flying blind. And now, going into Thanksgiving weekend, the Prime Minister is asking people to cancel their Thanksgiving dinners because of his failure. Very simply put, will the Prime Minister apologize to Canadians for this massive failure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives try to score cheap partisan points, we remain focused on Canadians. This is an unprecedented pandemic that hit hard on countries around the world, and we pulled together across orders of government, even mostly across party lines, to deliver for Canadians, both the health measures that would keep them protected, but also the economic supports, things like the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, things like the wage subsidy that made a huge difference in Canadians being able to be confident in their present and their future. We will continue to have Canadians' backs.
The member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
The inconvenient truth for this Prime Minister is that the fact is that it's only been since Parliament resumed, after he shuttered it, that Canadians have seen action on things like rapid tests. That's right. We still don't have answers on when they're actually going to get here, though. You know, that answer was so trite and it was so glib, because if he actually cared about Canadians, he would have access to rapid tests. He would be trying to fix things like shutting down the early warning system, and he would be doing the right thing and taking accountability for his lack of action and his failure to protect Canadians. Simple question. How many tests are Canadians going to get, rapid tests, and when?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one point on which I vehemently disagree with the member for Nose Hill is that I believe that every single Canadian, every single parliamentarian in this place cares deeply about Canadians. No matter how much I disagree with the member from Calgary Nose Hill on a number of things, I know she cares about Canadians, and I think that she should expect that all of us care about Canadians deeply, because we have come together in this time of pandemic to deliver for Canadians. Health Canada has stepped up. Canadians have stepped up. The provinces have stepped up. And yes, the federal government continues to step up, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
When veteran Sean Bruyere dared speak truth to power, pointing out how veterans would receive less in the Liberal so-called Pension for Life scheme, he was publicly attacked by the former Minister of Veterans Affairs, who wrote, "Individuals like Sean Bruyere are stating mistruths about Pension for Life to suit their own agenda." Bruyere sued the minister for defamation, seeking $25,000 in damages. The Liberals then used the full weight of the government to defend the minister against a veteran who, it turned out, was right, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees. I'm asking for the Prime Minister to justify this to Canadians.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As the member well knows, an agreement was reached in that case, and as part of that agreement, we will not be commenting on it further. But I will highlight that service delivery and support to veterans and families has been a priority since the very beginning. Since 2016, we invested nearly $10.5 billion in new money for our veterans and their families. This funding was invested in new centres of excellence on chronic pain and post-traumatic stress disorder, increased financial compensation, and more, which stands in stark contrast to the Conservative approach, including from the now Leader of the Opposition, which was to close offices, fire staff, and gut Veterans Affairs.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, when it came to defending a case against a convicted terrorist, Omar Khadr, the Prime Minister had no problem rolling over and giving in to Khadr with a $10.5 million payday. But for those who served and defended this country like Bruyere, and let's add Admiral Mark Norman to this, after attacking their integrity and honor, the Prime Minister and his ministers spent millions in legal fees defending themselves. Since the Prime Minister couldn't kick Bruyere out of cabinet or caucus like he did to Jane, Selina, and the former AG, who all spoke truth to his power, will he at least apologize to Bruyere, and while he's at it, Admiral Norman, for the assault on their reputation?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the extent to which Conservatives like to wrap themselves in the flag while they actually have a record of nickel and diming our veterans by cutting their services, by cutting opportunities for their families, by closing, by shuttering 9 Veterans Affairs offices right across the country at a time when veterans needed proper help. These are the things that we've worked on over the past numbers of years, investing $10.5 billion in our veterans when Conservatives did nothing for them for 10 long years.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Yesterday, Toronto police arrested a businessman who had an underground casino in his home. Police seized a machine gun and $1 million. The name of the entrepreneur is Mr. Weiwei. Curiously enough, he's a faithful and generous donor of the Liberal Party of Canada. Moreover, he donated $1,500 in 2014 and participated in a special cocktail with the Prime Minister in 2016, who he met on at least 2 occasions. My question is simple. Does the Prime Minister know Mr. Weiwei? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in our federal system, we have some of the strictest rules in terms of political donors. But the Liberal Party has gone even further, and we are only doing public fundraisers with journalists present, and perhaps the other party should do the same. They should open the doors to their fundraising events to journalists, and they should invite Canadians to know who they're collecting their funds from, rather than doing things behind doors in secret like the Bloc and the Conservatives and other parties. The honourable member for La Prairie. Well, you can learn many lessons from the Bloc. On May 16, 2016, the PM held a lucrative cocktail fundraiser with rich patrons of the Chinese community in Toronto. A few weeks later, strangely enough, the Trudeau Foundation received $1 million. And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks later, Chinese bank Wealth One received its Canadian charter. And the same day, the PM's riding received 70% of its funding. Mr. Weiwei attended a private supper on May 16, 2016, so the Prime Minister knows him. Did he promise him anything? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. All political parties in this country follow the rules of Election Canada, and the Liberal Party has always followed the rules in terms of fundraising. But we decided to go even further than that. By fully opening up our fundraising events, we've invited the media to participate in them, and I would encourage all parties in this House to do so. And stop having secret fundraisers. And we are open to showing who our fundraisers are. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, our ally, the allies UK and Japan, have already said that Huawei can't be accepted into their 5G system. The UK has announced that there is a crack in the Huawei system, security system. But the Prime Minister prefers the status quo. That undermines our security. When will the Prime Minister make a firm decision on Huawei? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, security decisions are made in an informed manner by our safety experts and not for political reasons. But in terms of policies, we've always stood up against China to bring the 2 Michaels back and to condemn the treatment of the Uyghur people. And we've always also been there to help Hong Kong. And we've always been very firm on respect for international law. And we've always recognized the values and the rights that we all have. The Leader of the Opposition.
Realize that Huawei cannot be part of their 5G future. This government promised a decision before the last election. Right. This week, Great Britain announced that it found critical weaknesses in Huawei's 5G infrastructure. Last week, it was Germany tightening restrictions on Huawei. Once again, under this Prime Minister, Canada isn't back, it's hanging back and letting all our allies get the job done. Mr. Speaker, will this Prime Minister finally rise today, get tough, and ban Huawei from Canadian 5G networks?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada will always put the security of its citizens and of its infrastructures first and foremost. We have done that every step of the way. We deeply respect the work of our experts and intelligence services and are working with them to make the right decision. We will listen to their recommendations and move forward. We watch carefully what our allies are doing, and at the same time, we've consistently stood up for Canadian interests and values on the world stage, including against China.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to talk about his feminist credentials, but today he failed to support the campaign by a Canadian woman to lead the IPU. In July, when women's groups from across Canada asked the Public Safety Minister to have a public inquiry on the largest mass killing in Canadian history, he ignored them. He only gave in when the entire province of Nova Scotia revolted. It sometimes takes this Prime Minister 2 times to do the right thing. So I'll ask him again, will the Prime Minister support the candidacy of Senator Atulajan for the nonpartisan presidency of the IPU?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I will take no lessons on gender or diversity from the Conservative Party of Canada. As has long been the case, the government does not support candidates for roles in interparliamentary organizations like the IPU. That's for members in this House and parliaments of the world to decide, but we wish Senator Atulajan all the best in her candidacy.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of the horrible rampage in Nova Scotia, there were terrible warning signs with incidents of domestic violence ahead of that terrible attack. This is why dozens of women's organizations from coast to coast have asked for a public inquiry. Canadians want to know how many warning signs there were so we can avoid tragedies in the future. Will the Prime Minister commit today in this House to get that inquiry back on track for Nova Scotia and for Canadian women?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we are committed to getting to the bottom of what happened in Nova Scotia in that terrible tragedy, including looking at and exploring all the different angles related to domestic violence. But I'm very pleased to hear the Conservatives express concern on gender-based violence. We have many initiatives we're putting forward to counter gender-based violence, and we look forward to seeing their support on some very fundamental issues that they haven't been always so great on supporting in the past. So I look forward to that in the future, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, tens of thousands of business owners are hanging off a cliff, forced into deep debt, and the Liberals' flawed commercial rent assistance program has failed them and the communities they serve. Before they roll out another failed plan, will the government confirm that this time the help will be tenant-driven, set to the same loss in business standards as the wage subsidy, and backdated, so that those who were left out by the Liberals last time can get the help they so desperately need to keep afloat this time?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning of the pandemic, we promised to be there for Canadians, and we were. We supported all Canadians with the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. Then we moved forward to support workers and small businesses with the wage subsidy. We also created the Canada Emergency Business Account, but we saw that Canadians, businesses and workers were still struggling. So we worked with the provinces to create the Commercial Rent Assistance Program, which has helped over 120,000 small businesses across the country. But we recognize that there are better ways to do that, and that is why we are working very hard on being able to announce shortly more support for businesses through their fixed costs in an easier way than that.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Veterans Minister seems to be okay telling 45,000 veterans in this country that they can wait another 2.5 years to see their disability applications completed. Last week, the PBO provided a plan to get this done in 1 year and make sure this never happens again to our veterans. Instead of focusing on helping them, the Liberals spent over $200,000 in legal fees defending a Liberal minister and attacking a veteran. When will this government stand up for veterans and make sure that they're spending the money on the people who stood up to protect us in this country?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, service delivery and support to veterans and their families has always been our priority. Since 2016, we've invested nearly $10.5 billion in new money for our veterans and their families. This funding was invested in new centres of excellence on chronic pain and post-traumatic stress disorder, increased financial compensation, and more. We are the government who recognized the sacred covenant we owe to our veterans, and that is why we have improved and invested in supports for them. There's still much more to do, but we have helped our veterans, and we will continue to.
Honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Saint-Laurent and across Quebec, the pandemic has shown the importance of having affordable housing and feeling at home. These are difficult times for Quebecers. We have made a great deal of progress since we launched the National Housing Strategy. And yesterday we announced an agreement with Quebec on significant investments in social and community housing. Can the Prime Minister tell us what this agreement means for Quebec families?
Le Très Honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I thank the member for Saint-Laurent for this important question and for her hard work in her riding. We are proud of having signed a bilateral agreement as part of the National Housing Strategy with Quebec. This 10-year agreement of $3.7 billion will help to protect and renew as well as broaden social housing in Quebec. We continue to work with the provinces and territories, including Quebec, to put an end to chronic homelessness. It's our duty to do better for people who need housing, and we will do so across the country.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
On Monday, I asked the government about ties between senior Liberals like Joe Pescasolido and Raymond Chan and individuals charged in a gangland shooting with the Chinese Communist Party. Now we've learned that the architect of a heavily armed illegal casino operation in Markham has twice had FaceTime with this Prime Minister, and surprise, he also has ties to the CCP. Canadians deserve to know, is the Prime Minister's proximity to the Chinese Communist Party elites in Canada affecting his ability to protect Canadian interests?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have always followed all the rules around fundraising and will continue to, but we actually went above and beyond that in making sure that all of our fundraisers are done in public spaces, and we invite the media to it and publish the lists of people who attended. We encourage the Conservative Party of Canada to do exactly the same. When will they stop raising money in secret and instead be open with their fundraisers, invite the media to attend their fundraisers, and actually demonstrate that they can have confidence in Canadians as they ask Canadians to have confidence in them?
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, the Prime Minister should hope that Canadians don't judge him by the company that he keeps, and he's just the latest Liberal with worrisome ties to the Chinese Communist Party. Chan, Pescasolido, Barton, McCollum, these latest bad actors operating their illegal casino in Markham, just like the ones arrested this weekend in BC, are helping arrest protesters in Hong Kong. But don't worry, they've donated millions of dollars to the Trudeau Foundation. Why should Canadians trust this defective Liberal government, complete with its Made in China sticker?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I've addressed that question, but again it points out that the Conservatives are focused on trying to score political points at a time where Canadians expect people to come together and work for them in this COVID crisis. We will continue to focus on supporting Canadians in this second wave. We will be there for families, for workers, for small businesses. We will be there to support industries across this country as they're dealing with this unprecedented pandemic. We made a commitment to Canadians that we'd have their backs, and that's exactly what we're doing. So regardless of what the Conservatives want to focus on, we will stay focused on Canadians in this pandemic.
I just want to remind the honourable members that the way it works is you ask a question and you get a response, and you can't just keep asking questions. It makes it difficult for everyone to hear the response, and the future questions, I'm sure we'll get those assigned as we go on. The honourable member for Carleton.
Who would bet their own money on Gateway Casinos? Well, it turns out nobody. Of course, the company was just downgraded to junk status, and its parent company lost 95% of its value on the stock market before being delisted altogether. In fact, financial experts in Toronto say the company vastly overvalues its assets. But there's someone who would invest other people's money in it. The casino just got the jackpot of $200 million from this government. Wow. With the financial genius over there who invested $200 million of our tax dollars in this failing casino firm, please stand up.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While the Conservatives play silly political games, we recognize the extraordinary situation that Canadians are facing. We're a few days away from Thanksgiving, and people are worried about whether or not they're going to see their loved ones, how they're going to make it through this pandemic, whether or not we're going to be able to gather for Christmas. And as a country and as a government, we remain focused on that. We're working with partners across the country, premiers and provinces and territories, and continue to work with all orders of government as we deliver for Canadians through this pandemic. Let the Conservatives play games. We're focused on Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Speaking of games, you've got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to swindle a naive Prime Minister of $200 million of other people's money. Because that's exactly what Gateway Casinos has just done. They can't get money from anyone. In fact, for 10 years, their owner tried to sell the company, but nobody would buy. Well, we have new job losses of 2,000 people in the energy sector out west, 500 out east, 1 million Canadians without paychecks since the pandemic. Why is he throwing away our money in this jackpot for casino insiders?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians across the country are hurting because of this pandemic. We created many different mechanisms to support them, whether it was the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, the wage subsidy, or the LEAF program, which is the large employers enterprise funding. We've actually ensured that that money is delivered independently to organizations that qualify for it, and it is a long-term, it is a loan rather than any sort of grant of money. These are things that we've put to make sure that our economy comes roaring back, we will stay focused on the pandemic and on supporting Canadians through this pandemic.
Honorable député de Beauport. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, the federal government launched its naval shipbuilding strategy to replace outdated icebreakers and shut Davie out completely. As a result, 10 years later, they've just woken up. The icebreakers are good for the scrap heap, and by snubbing the largest shipyard in the country, they haven't been able to replace the icebreakers. Now the government's turning abroad to buy used ships when they could have built a brand new one in Lévis. Will the government admit that it would have been simpler to award Davie its fair share of the contracts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the shipbuilding strategy was developed years ago, and as a government, we carved out space for Davie within that strategy. Even if there were difficulties at Davie in the past, we acknowledge the quality of work and workers, the innovation that they deliver. It has always been exceptional. We are happy to include Davie in our national strategy to build ships for the Coast Guard. We will continue to work with the excellent workers in this industry across the country. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. A song by Dalida comes to mind here. I won't sing it, but I'll spare your ears. The lack of planning and a childish stubbornness by the government to ignore Davie means that for the second time in the past few weeks, the government's invested abroad instead of, on a used ship instead of investing here. In fact, the government wants to buy an icebreaker with a 10 to 15-year lifespan instead of buying a new one. They could have bought one here, a new one, for almost the same. When will the government take action to support the economy here, to invest here at home for workers and companies here? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, since the outset, we have been investing in workers here. We have a strategy. Davie has built ships. We have seen a great deal of work created across the country. We are very proud of the work done in the shipbuilding industry. We will continue to seek out opportunities to invest and create more jobs for our shipbuilding industries, for ferries, national defense, and the Coast Guard. We will continue to invest.
Liberals are taking yet another step toward annihilating the gas and oil industry here in Canada. The Prime Minister wants to designate plastic as a toxic substance. In the plastic manufacturing industry, currently there are 5,000 jobs in Alberta, 23,000 jobs in Quebec, and over 40,000 jobs in Ontario. As Canada transitions away from single-use plastics, while 2 million people have already lost their job in this country, what is the Prime Minister's plan with regards to mitigating job loss?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know firsthand the impact of harmful plastics in our environment, and that's why we committed to moving forward in 2021 to ban harmful single-use plastics. That's what Canadians expect of this government. That's what we're going to do. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to play political games and don't think that it's important to protect the environment. We have made very clear that none of these bans on single-use plastics will affect any sort of medical supplies, which obviously are essential during this pandemic, and we will continue to have a thriving industrial response as we move forward on plastics.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
While the Liberals play political games, jobs are being lost. Canadians are being impacted. They're having a hard time being able to pay their bills and take care of their families. We're talking about 2 million jobs that have already been lost in this country. Now we're talking about tens of thousands more jobs. My question is very simple. In the midst of an economic crisis, when will the Prime Minister put forward a plan to protect Canadian workers?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives say climate change is a problem, but they want to make it free to pollute and then hope for the best. They say they want to grow the economy and support the middle class, but they ran their campaign on a promise to cut billions of dollars in projects that are improving the lives of Canadians. They say they're against plastic pollution, but don't want to take any meaningful action to actually address it. We know that to ensure jobs for the future, ensure a better future for our kids, we need to take action now in ways that support industries and move forward in the right way. That's exactly what this government is doing. Unfortunately, the Conservatives don't believe in that.
Honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the loved ones and friends of victims of Flight PS 752 gathered here in Ottawa and elsewhere across the country. 9 months have passed since the incident, and the victims' loved ones are calling for justice for the 55 Canadians and 30 permanent residents who lost their lives. Will the government listen to families and impose Magnitsky sanctions on those responsible? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I had the sad duty of sitting down with the people who lost loved ones in this tragedy, and as I said at that time, we will always be there to support them, to seek justice for their loved ones as well as compensation. Immediate action must be taken to ensure an investigation so that families receive compensation. Iran has shared the report from the flight recorder, which contains information that we are aware of, but we need to have answers, and we will continue to work along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 continues to wreak havoc at home. With 80,000 confirmed cases and 6,000 deaths to date, millions of Quebecers are now in red zones. I'm happy that the government has chosen to adopt the federal app, COVID Alert. Can the Prime Minister update this House on the app and tell us how the tool can help Quebecers to better protect themselves? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Charlemagne for her question and for her hard work. We have been there since the outset to protect Quebecers, since the start of the pandemic. COVID Alert is available in Quebec, and I would invite everyone to download it. 3 million people are using it across Canada. The app is safe and respects people's privacy. Download it for your loved ones, for you. Do it today. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Iran is one of the most oppressive regimes in the world, and increasingly so. The imprisonment of human rights lawyer Nasrin Sotoudeh, the execution of wrestler Navid Afkari, the brutal murder of Canadian Zara Kazemi in 2003, and the 55 Canadians killed last January. When will this government realize that the regime doesn't respond to engagement, and when will it list the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization, something that this House of Commons called for over 2 years ago and something the Prime Minister voted for?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out not just to the 55 Canadians lost in PS 752, but also the 138 in total people who are heading to Canadian soil to connect with family, loved ones, and friends. We know there is much more to do, which is why we are continuing to work with the international community to hold Iran to account. We expect Iran to provide an answer on important questions such as why the missiles were launched in the first place and why the airspace was still open. We will continue to work with partners to ensure transparency, accountability, and justice, including reparations to the families.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, what Canadians need during a pandemic are honest and clear answers. Last week, I asked the Minister of Employment to say why there's some 164 workers in Mégantic-L'Érable whose employer looked at work sharing were deprived of their salary for 5 months. We've got generalized answers, but nothing concise. Today, I'll ask the Prime Minister, is it normal for Canadians who chose to go back to work instead of taking the CERB be penalized? by not receiving what their government owes them? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the start of the pandemic, we have been there for Canadians with the CERB, with the wage subsidy, with targeted measures to help people in need. I don't know the details of the situation my colleague opposite refers to, but I commit to looking into it and to coming back with an answer in the future. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Les Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, my question is for the Prime Minister. What message are we sending Canadians who want to work when we don't answer them, like as was the case last week? What message are we sending to the companies in Thetford and elsewhere who didn't lay off people, didn't fire them? The message they're hearing is stay home. That's not good for their health. It's not good for the economy, Mr. Speaker, and it's bad for the country. When will the Prime Minister provide a clear, precise answer to all of these workers who are not receiving half of their salary because they trusted his call to go back to work? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The CERB, the pay wage subsidy, the measures for our seniors and for students have all been rolled out to help Canadians during the pandemic, to help workers, to help companies. We will continue to help them during the second wave. We will be there to help companies. One of the best ways to protect the economy, to help it recover, is to take action now. So we're asking everyone to do their share. We're going to continue to do ours to support workers.
For Ottawa South.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve safe and affordable housing, especially during a global pandemic. This is a major priority for my riding of Ottawa South. Flu season is upon us, and we have urgent needs. We need affordable housing. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what the government is doing to help as many Canadians as possible to have a home? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Ottawa South for his question and for his hard work. This crisis has showed that our economic recovery needs to include more affordable housing. That's why we're proud to announce a $1 billion investment to meet the needs for affordable housing for vulnerable Canadians. This initiative will create some 3,000 affordable housing units, permanent units across the country, and will help us to meet our objective to eliminate chronic homelessness. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Following another night of intensive bombing in Stepanakert, the capital of Nagorno-Karabakh, we really wonder how the federal government could sell military technology to Turkey that's now being used against civil populations in Armenia. That runs counter to our obligations under the Treaty on Arms Trade, the UN treaty, as was the case with Saudi Arabia. Now the Minister of Global Affairs is going to Europe. We don't want photo ops. People are dying. What steps are going to be taken to help restore a peaceful situation in Nagorno-Karabakh? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We are aware of allegations that Canadian technology has allegedly been used in this situation. The Minister immediately sought clarification. We have suspended export permanent permits to Turkey in order to assess the situation more carefully. We are asking for measures to be taken immediately to stabilize the situation on the ground. We want to see a peaceful, negotiated solution to the conflict.
C'est tout le temps qu'on a pour les questions.
That's all the time we have.
But before continuing, and I have everyone's attention, if I can maybe just indulge and remind everyone that it is your responsibility as MPs to wear the headsets that are provided by the House. That's something that everyone appreciates here in the House, but especially the translators or les gens qui font la traduction.
The interpreters, it's very important for their health as well.
As well as your colleagues here in the House. And as well, on that note, please make sure that you're in a place, whether you're asking a question or anticipate receiving a question, to be well connected. Make sure that that connection is strong and works well. Again, think of your colleagues in the House, online, and the interpreters who are working so diligently in the back rooms there to make sure we get the message across. The other thing, too, is someone yelled time. I appreciate the help, and they're trying to help me, but I do have a timer here, just so that everyone knows when they're asking or answering a question. If they see the speaker just kind of slowly leaning forward, the 5 seconds has started, and by the time he stands up, or she stands up, the 5 seconds are done. And while I'm at it, we have only so many allowed in the chamber, and we try to keep it to a certain number in order to make sure that COVID-19 doesn't spread any more than it has amongst MPs. And we've had an overflow. Some of the MPs have been gone up into the gallery. I just want to encourage them not to shout or scream or clap hands. It's hard enough to keep track of what's going on here on the floor, let alone up in the gallery, and we don't have the guards to throw them out. So we'd appreciate it if they kept that to a minimum. And now we'll continue to, we have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just on a point of order on that matter, I know that there was a bit of concern in regards to members, MPs being on the government side in the public gallery, and there might have been comments that were coming from that section. And I'm wondering if it might be best that if there is an overflow, if they could, members might want to consider going to their respective sides, or as you have suggested, to be quiet in the public gallery as it allows better focus from the chamber floor.
Thank you for that. And just to comment on that, if you don't mind, if you'll indulge me, I noticed a couple of whips comment, or one whip in particular commenting to his people that they're trying to keep them quiet, and it seemed to have worked. So there is cooperation on both sides, and I want to thank everyone for that. Any other points of order before we continue? Very good. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration des
statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to table in the House in both official languages 2 reports by the Canadian section of Parliamericas.
Concerns the 4th gathering of the Parliamericas Parliamentary Network on Climate Change that was held in Paramaribo in Suriname in August of 2019. Also, the 2nd report concerns the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP25, held in Madrid, Spain, from December 1st to December 3rd, 2019. Merci.
Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
The
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussion amongst the parties, and this is supported by MPs from all parties. So if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, in the opinion of the House, the government should designate the month of September every year as National Recovery Awareness Month to recognize and support Canadians recovering from addiction and to demonstrate that recovery from addiction is possible, attainable, and sustainable.
Since this is a hybrid sitting of the Senate, I would ask only those members who are opposed to the motion to express their disagreement.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm up again on behalf of my constituents. The first petition is, again, on equalization. Petitioners are drawing the attention of Government of Canada and asking to immediately work with the Government of Alberta to address the equalization program's unfair treatment of Alberta and ensure a fair deal for Albertans within Confederation. My second petition is from petitioners in my riding, drawing the attention of the Government of Canada and asking them to immediately implement a Conservative motion passed by Parliament 2018 to list Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization, that fair compensation be paid to the families by the Iranian government, and to Canada repatriate the remains. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for South Okanagan Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand here once again to present another petition from young people across my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and the adjacent riding, my neighbours in Kootenay, Columbia. And these young people are extremely concerned about the accelerating impacts of climate change and wonder whether they will be able to thrive in such an uncertain future. They point out that Canada's climate targets are completely inadequate and that continued subsidization of the oil sector is sending us in the wrong direction. They call for meaningful legislated climate targets, an effective carbon tax, and redirecting fossil fuel subsidies into jobs and training for renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, and low-carbon transportation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Mission Metsky, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners in my riding call on the government to address sex-selective abortion. Sex-selective abortion is antithetical to our commitment to equality between men and women. A 2019 DART and Mara Blue poll conducted for the National Post showed that 84% of Canadians believe it should be illegal to have an abortion if the family does not want the child to be a certain sex. International organizations, including the World Health Organization, United Nations Women, and United Nations Children Fund, have identified unequal sex ratios at birth as a growing problem. Canada's healthcare profession recognizes sex-selective abortion as a problem as well. Therefore, the petitioners in my riding call on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to pass a criminal code prohibition of sex-selective abortion. Thank you so much.
Presenting petition, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Lloydminster's Battleford.
Battleford, Lloydminster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to rise today to present this petition of Canadians from across Canada, not necessarily my riding, but across Canada. And they are petitioning the government to have increased concern, or they have increased concern and want to bring it to the government's attention regarding international trafficking of human organs. We know that this is something that happens globally. It's a great opportunity for the government of Canada to take a strong stance, as we heard numerous times over question period that they do on the world stage. So these petitioners are wanting to make sure that the Parliament of Canada will move quickly on proposed legislation so to as amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in these acts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, presenting petitions, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to table a petition from Canadians who want to bring to the attention of the House of Commons their interest in the physical health of many Canadians. Many Canadians are using self-care with projects that are sold in the free market, and they want to have more information about potential restrictions that are imposed for self-care. They're asking the Parliament to ask the Standing Committee of Health to do a deep study on the impact of self-care and to look at regulatory obstacles that could be in place. So I'm tabling this petition on behalf of these citizens.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code.
And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services has 18 minutes and 30 seconds. No? Okay, there's been a change. Doan in St. Paul's has 18 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Oh, wait a minute. We'll just take a Okay, very good. Now we'll go on to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll be sharing my time with the member for Saint Laurent. Today I speak in support of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. This bill has had the support of this House on 2 previous occasions, but despite all party support, has not yet become law. Listening to debate last Friday, it was obvious that this bill continues to serve as an example of ongoing parliamentary collaboration and one which we should all take pride in. I want to start by recognizing and thanking the Honourable Rona Ambrose for her initiative on this critical issue. Her bill was the first legislation to be studied at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women. The collaborative work we did at committee made this bill stronger, and I'm happy to see that the government has incorporated amendments from that study into this bill. At the time Ms. Ambrose introduced her private member's bill, several high-profile rulings had shown Canadians that some judges did not understand sexual assault law and were relying on myths and stereotypes when issuing their rulings. Members of this House will recall when former Alberta Federal Court Justice Robin Camp asked a sexual assault complainant, and I quote, why she could not keep her knees together during her alleged rape. Because of his comments, the Canadian Judicial Council launched a review into Justice Camp's conduct and concluded that he, quote, acted in a manner that seriously undermined public confidence in the judiciary, end quote. Following the review, Justice Camp resigned. Ultimately, Bill 3 is about assuring Canadians that judges who are elevated to federally appointed positions have a desire to understand the myths and stereotypes which have been present in Canadian society for far too long. The federal government should appoint judges who acknowledge that learning is a lifelong process and value continuing education. This is a bill created to ensure that no other sexual assault complainant will be subject to condescending, humiliating, and disrespectful conduct from a federally appointed judge. Bill C-3 will amend the Judges Act to require that a candidate seeking appointment to a federally appointed judicial position attest to participating in training related to sexual assault law and its social context. The bill will also require the Canadian Judicial Council to ensure that this training is developed after consultation with those knowledgeable in the field or other individuals or groups it considers appropriate, including sexual assault survivor organizations. These amendments are designed to ensure that newly appointed Superior Court judges are fully apprised of the law in relation to sexual assault and on social context. Moreover, this bill is possible because of the already outstanding work the National Judicial Institute, the body responsible for creating judicial education in our country, has done with help through federal investment in developing comprehensive continuing education for judges on sexual assault law and its social context. Finally, the bill will amend the Criminal Code to require that judges provide written reasons or enter them into the record of proceedings for decisions in sexual assault proceedings. Mr. Speaker, I've talked about the social context of sexual assault, and I'd like to provide a clearer definition of social context. Quite simply, social context means the immediate social or physical environment in which you live affects how you see the world. The experience of an affluent woman who has survived sexual violence will be different than the experience of a woman who is homeless. The experience of a white trans woman will be different than the experience of a cisgender Indigenous woman. The experience of a gay man from Toronto will be different than the experience of a straight woman living with a disability in Amherst, Nova Scotia. And the experience of a judge trained in myths and stereotypes about sexual assault will be different than a judge who has never received such training. Importantly, in the context of the debate on this bill, social context affects how different people view the criminal justice system and how the criminal justice system views them. That is why it is my hope that at committee, this bill can be expanded to clearly articulate the need for training, not just on sexual assault law and social context, but on the need for training on anti-racism. This summer, our country has come to understand that systemic racism exists in all our institutions. In 2017, at the beginning of the Me Too movement, our country came to understand that systemic sexism exists within all our institutions as well. Jennifer Cochan, professor of law at the University of Calgary, made clear in her testimony at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women that, quote, not only does the law change, but social context can change, end quote. And that is why requiring that a candidate seeking appointment to a federally appointed judicial position attest to participating in training related to sexual assault law and its social context is so important. Bill C-3 addresses a long-standing problem, the influence of myths and stereotypes in the sexual assault law. As hard as it is today to imagine, prior to the reforms that began in 1983, a husband could not be convicted of sexually assaulting his wife. Sexual assault convictions required testimony from someone other than the victim. Victims had to raise a hue and cry before the assault and report it shortly afterwards, or they would not be believed. And victims' sexual reputation and prior sexual activity could be used to attack their credibility. Reforms were enacted to address these and other evidentiary rules through the 1980s and 1990s. For instance, in response to concerns from survivors and women's organizations, amendments commonly referred to as the Rape Shield provisions, which govern the admissibility of the complainant's prior sexual activity, were first introduced in 1983 and then amended in 92. These provisions are designed to protect survivors from the introduction of evidence of their sexual history, which had been used to infer that they are more likely to have consented to the sexual activity in question or are less worthy of belief. These provisions also place restrictions on the use of sexual history evidence for the purposes unless specific criteria are met. Also in 1992, a clear definition of consent in the context of sexual activity was introduced in the Criminal Code, and limitations on the accused's ability to raise a defense of mistaken belief and consent were enacted. The Supreme Court of Canada has provided guidance on the application of the sexual assault provisions, making it clear that consent must be affirmatively expressed through words or conduct and cannot be applied by submission, passivity, and failure to protest. However, despite the robust legislation in place and the clear rulings from the highest court, myths and stereotypes about sexual assault survivors still creep into the courtroom and into judicial decisions. Identifying a solution to these ongoing challenges has been a priority for our government, and indeed a matter of ongoing concern in Canada. Our government introduced Bill C-51 in 2018, and with its passage, the changes clarified a number of principles that were already covered in the law. Notably, and I've lost my place, sorry, Mr. Speaker, notably that an unconscious person cannot consent to sexual activity. An accused cannot rely on a mistaken belief and consent where that belief is based on a mistaken law, such as consent obtained through force. And sexual history evidence must never be used to infer consent. And finally, the admissibility of evidence of a victim's private communications made for a sexual purpose must be determined through the Rape Shield provisions. In addition, Bill C-51 provided that victims can make submissions and be represented by counsel in sexual history, evidence, or Rape Shield proceedings, and that the admissibility of victims' private records that are in the hands of the accused be determined through a process similar to that of Rape Shield and third-party records proceedings. Our government has also modernized the judicial appointment process to bring greater diversity to the bench. During testimony in 2017 at the Status of Women Committee, Professor Charisma Mathen said, quote, "That's been a somewhat unheralded earthquake in the world of judicial appointments. The innovations that have been done around judicial appointments have been quite remarkable," end quote.
Unfortunately, the honourable member's time is up, and but I'm sure she'll be able to add through questions and comments. I do apologize, but I did try to... 10 minutes, yes. The honourable member, I just want to check something out here. No, my 10 minutes is up on my clock. Sorry. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member Sonia Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable member for the speech. And I very much enjoyed serving with her while we were on Status of Women Committee, reviewing this bill and reviewing other issues like violence against women and girls in Canada. And so I guess one of the things that is troubling is how long these things take to actually make progress on. And so I would ask the member if she could explain what is taking so long to get measures to eliminate violence against women and girls completed.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I agree with her. It was a pleasure working with her on the Status of Women Committee. You know, in the case of this bill, sadly, it was held up in the Senate the first time around by a group of Conservative senators who didn't want it passed. And despite the best efforts of the Honourable Rona Ambrose and in trying to change the mind, they've refused to let the bill pass. So, you know, there's always more work to be done, and I look forward to working with the honourable member to ensure that we really do make strides when it comes to survivors of sexual assault and also those who have survived gender-based violence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Laurenti de l'Érable. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about the importance of quickly adopting this bill, but we have to make a step forward even if we don't have the full solution. We have to rapidly adopt this. Does she agree with this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And yes, I completely agree with her. And in both times that this bill has come to the House, all parties have agreed to move it quickly. It did get to the Justice Committee in the last go round, in the last session. But yes, I certainly agree with her that it's beyond time to get this bill done. And while we have more to do, I think it's very important we work quickly on it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to first raise by acknowledging the work of the former Leader of the Official Opposition, Rona Ambrose, for bringing forward this most important bill. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington, for her incredible introduction to the social context. Very important. Talking about systemic racism, talking about systemic sexism as it relates to the judiciary. And I want to refer to the comments by my honourable member from Cowichan, Malatat, Langford, our Deputy Justice critic, who brought to my attention one of the shortfalls of this bill, understanding that the only remedy within our legislative authority, but respecting the separation of the legislative and judiciary, what would this member's comments be on the fact that the vast majority of judges appointed are provincial, and has there been any discussions in ways in which we can encourage existing sitting judges to participate in this most important initiative?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member is absolutely correct. And it was something that we heard when we studied the bill at Status of Women. And the majority of sexual assault cases are heard in provincial courts. Having said that, I think that educating federally appointed judges goes a long way in setting an example for the provincial courts. And in terms of amending our legislation, it falls well outside of the purview of the federal government to require that education. And I believe the second part was on currently sitting judges. I know that Justice Kent is very committed to ensuring that the education that they are putting forward for both new judges and sitting judges is robust and is very anxious, recognizing that there needs to be a separation between ourselves and the judiciary.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. The honourable member for Saint Laurent, your mic is not on. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in favour of Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, an incredibly important bill that could help make Canada a safer place for women and girls in all corners of the country. I'd like to begin by thanking Rona Ambrose for bringing this issue to the forefront in the first place. It's a bill that I feel extremely passionate about because I'm a woman who grew up in what could be considered a rough neighborhood. I spent the first 28 years of my life in the Chamaran neighborhood of my riding of Saint Laurent, where I often saw violence take place before my eyes at the park across from where I lived. Quand j'étais petite,
when I was young, and then when I was a teen and a young woman, I always felt in danger when I came home at night after dusk. I used to take public transit, and the bus that could drop me off at the closest stop was roughly 5-minute walk from my house. I tried to get home as quickly as possible for fear that anyone could hurt me at any time. Madam Speaker, in a world where crime wasn't committed against women, or not as often, I wouldn't have had to feel such anxiety every day at such a young age. But as a woman, afraid to walk alone and to take transit at night,
part about this, Madam Speaker, is that we're taught from a young age that we need to be careful and not talk to strangers because they may kidnap us or harm us in some way. We're taught to protect ourselves from the outside world. When we know, or at least we learn, if we take the time to study sexual assault data, that in over half the sexual assault cases, the perpetrators are people that the victims know. They are family members, friends, significant others, neighbors, acquaintances, and when it does happen at the hands of someone that we know, we have no idea how to process it or what to do. Madam Speaker, we have a culture where people get away with sexual assault, rape culture, either because the victims never report these crimes to begin with, or because a very small percentage of the cases that are reported result in a conviction. According to the 2014 General Social Survey, an annual survey that monitors changes in Canadian society and provides information on specific policy issues of current or emerging interest, only 5% of sexual assaults were reported that year. It's important to look into the reasons why victims of sexual assault choose to remain silent, because ensuring that more people come forward is the only way to change the awful statistics around reporting and convicting sexual assault crimes. Les principales raisons pour lesquelles des personnes...
The main reasons why people don't appear is out of a lack of confidence in the justice system. They don't testify. They think that their story is something that the court won't believe. They feel ashamed or embarrassed. They feel that there's maybe not enough evidence as to what happened. In some cases, because the oppressor is a close member of the victim's circle. Many victims have said that seeking assistance from authorities was highly traumatizing as the assault itself. More than half of victims who choose to testify lose their cases before the courts when the decision is brought down. Only 42% of court decisions for cases of sexual assault in 2017 led to a guilty finding.
At least 95% of cases are not reported, meaning that more than 95% of perpetrators of this kind of violence never receive any consequence whatsoever. And so they continue. At the same time, because such a small number of cases are reported, around 5%, and of that small number, an even smaller number receive a guilty verdict, approximately 2%, women do not feel encouraged to come forward. Madam Speaker, sexual assault is a gendered crime. Women are almost 4 times more likely to be sexually assaulted than men. Statistics Canada has reported that 30% of women in Canada, compared to 8% of men, have been sexually assaulted at least once since the age of 15. That is 4.7 million women and 1.2 million men who have been victims of sexual assault. The highest age group to report to experience sexual assault is between the ages of 15 and 24 years old. Dans 3 études réalisées par Justice Canada,
in 3 studies conducted by Justice Canada, people were asked to evaluate their level of confidence in the justice system generally. 2/3 stated that they didn't have confidence in the system. People living in the provinces have more confidence in the police than those living in the territories. We must do better, Madam Speaker. There's a major problem when victims are afraid of reporting these crimes, especially when these crimes have long-term impacts. Victims of sexual assault often have physical and emotional, psychological scars
and dignity that they deserve. And through Bill C-3, our government commits to taking steps towards that goal. Bill C-3 is designed to strengthen training requirements for newly appointed judges and to provide them with important insights into the myths and stereotypes that too often surround sexual assault. It will ensure that judges participate in broader training on social context, including social or cultural factors that may influence and may affect individuals' engagement with the justice system. All relevant training would be done through the National Judicial Institute in order to ensure judicial independence. In Budget 2017, our government provided the Canadian Judicial Council with $2.7 million over 5 years and $0.5 million per year thereafter to ensure that more judges have access to professional development with a greater focus on gender and culturally sensitive training. Budget 2018 provided funding for a number of targeted investments to help eliminate gender-based violence and harassment while promoting security of the person and access to justice. This included $25.4 million over 5 years to boost legal aid funding across the country with a focus on supporting victims of sexual harassment in the workplace. These changes have aimed at enhancing the equality, privacy, and security of the person rights of complainants by countering the myths and stereotypes that have persisted in our criminal justice system, while also balancing the rights of the accused, consistent with relevant Supreme Court of Canada jurisprudence. These myths include deeply rooted beliefs about about how real victims react to sexual assault, and myths about the reliability of women's testimony when they make sexual assault complaints. In June
2017, the government launched a plan to fight gender-based violence called It's Time, Canada's strategy to deal with gender-based violence. This multi-sector approach is based on 3 pillars: prevention, support for survivors and their families, and the promotion of an adapted justice system. The government has invested significant funding for the implementation of this this government-wide strategy to fight gender-based violence and to put in place a number of other measures.
It aims to end gender-based violence and has consistently worked towards this end. I strongly encourage all members in this House to vote in favor of Bill C-3, as it helps give a voice to survivors of sexual assault and harassment and helps us make the world a better place for Canadians. Merci beaucoup.
Question.
Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the speech of my colleague, she mentioned that the reporting of sexual assault cases is very low. What's, in her opinion, is the best mechanism to encourage those cases to be reported further and further? Thank you.
L'honorable député Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his question through you, Madam Speaker. And in my opinion, if more of the people who did come forward were believed, more of the victims of sexual assault were believed when they pleaded their case, I believe this would encourage more women to come forward. I believe that one of the main reasons women don't come forward is because of, like I mentioned, the awful statistics revolving revolving sexual assault and the outcomes of these trials. So if our judges were better trained and knew how to pick up on when someone has been assaulted or were more culturally sensitized to these issues, I believe more women would come forward, and and that the system would be one that people trusted more.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my honourable colleague for her speech, for the very personal content as well. So I congratulate her for her remarks. This bill has agreement on all sides in the House, but I have a question for her. In your opinion, does this bill go far enough? Thank you. The Honourable Member. Well, we can always do more, but it's a good start. It is a good place to start, as I said, but we need to take it farther in the future.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her courage in sharing her personal story. Certainly, as do Democrats, we are strongly in favour of supporting this bill, and I just want to go on the record and say, as a man, I never have to worry about walking late at night and being the victim of a sexual assault. But I would like to ask, in outlining the 3 pillars in which this government is taking to dismantle rape culture, as it relates to prevention, what would be some of her ideas and priorities in getting to the root of the matter and preventing this rape culture that has been perpetrated on women by men?
The Honourable Member.
I'd like to thank the member for his question, Madam Speaker, and it's really about making sure that we're teaching our girls and boys from a young age, I believe, to counter this, right? So I think that a lot of our thoughts and beliefs about women and men and about how we can treat each other stem from the way that we're raised in our homes and the way that we are taught things as we grow up. And so if we, eventually I believe that prevention would really be about tackling this at a young age and finding ways to get it to enter the education system, or just finding ways to get it out there as quickly as possible to make sure that young boys know of the consequences and that young girls know of the consequences of these types of actions at all levels.
Question, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Saint Laurent for her courage and her honesty and her candor in her comments. The member touched upon this idea about victim control, which is the idea that the responsibilities with women to control their behavior, their actions, how they dress, etc., in terms of preventing sexual violence. Could the member please elaborate on that kind of myth and stereotype and what this bill is trying to address in terms of correcting the phenomenon and educating those in our justice system about eradicating such myths and stereotypes?
Une brève réponse, la députée de Saint.
A brief reply, the Honourable Member.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. And in my view, there are, people who have very traditional views of how women should act. And unfortunately, these are ancient and should be a thing of the past, because, women should be independent and able to act the way that they want, and men should be responsible for their actions. And it should not be the women who take responsibility for the actions of men when they overstep or when they cross boundaries that they should not step. And so I really hope that this bill helps us train judges in order to make sure that this no longer happens and that women are believed and are treated as human beings with equal rights to men.
Thank you very much. And there was a little bit of a problem with the audio again at the end, so just want to remind everybody to make sure that when you're doing the virtual that you wear the headset that is being provided by the House of Commons, because that helps the translators, the interpreters, with being able to ensure that everybody hears what everyone is saying. And resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just off the top, I just want to note that I will be splitting my time with the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. Hopefully I got that correct. First of all, I'm honored today to rise to speak to Bill C3. This is legislation that will ensure that sexual assault sensitivity training is required for judges who are being appointed to a superior court. Now, while I am very encouraged to see this bill be reintroduced, I must admit that I am equally disappointed that this bill has to, yet again, restart this legislative process. As you know, this is the third time that this legislation is being introduced, Madam Speaker, and the latest reintroduction is due to nothing more than the Prime Minister's decision to prorogue Parliament to hide from his own ethical scandals. This needed legislation is just one of the issues that have taken a back seat and have been unprioritized to the Prime Minister's self-interested actions. Madam Speaker, before I get too far ahead in my remarks, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the original author of this legislation, the Honourable Rona Ambrose, who first brought forward this piece of legislation in 2017. It builds on her steadfast work to support women and girls here at home, but also around the world. And I thank her for not only introducing this legislation, but for continuing to tirelessly advocate to see that it is passed. Madam Speaker, all Canadians should have confidence in our public institutions. But unfortunately, the reality is that many survivors of sexual violence feel hopeless in the face of our justice system. As legislators, we have a responsibility to address that. The statistics around sexual violence in Canada are devastating. They're heartbreaking, Madam Speaker. They affirm that this bill is timely. Yet, at the same time, these statistics also affirm that this bill is incredibly overdue. In Canada, Madam Speaker, 1 in 6 men will experience sexual violence in their lifetime. For women, that number is much higher. 1 in 3 women will experience sexual violence in their lifetime, and Indigenous women and girls are at a much higher risk. Of those incidents, however, only 5% are reported to police. And, Madam Speaker, that number should be much higher. This means that the majority of survivors of sexual violence choose not to report it to the authorities. This begs the important question of why. Why do survivors of sexual violence and sexual assault in Canada choose not to report to the police? A study based on self-reported data from the Department of Justice revealed that 2/3 of the participants stated that they were not confident in the police, the court process, or the criminal justice system in general. Madam Speaker, that there is why this piece of legislation is so important. It is certainly a positive step that in recent years, conversations around sexual assault and sexual violence have come into the focus, including discussions around consent and healthy relationships. Whether it is breaking myths, calling out victim blaming, reducing shame, or giving victims a voice, this move towards greater understanding has the potential to empower survivors of sexual violence. Now, we would be naive to think that there is not just one reason that survivors choose not to come forward. But as legislators, we cannot ignore the overwhelming number of survivors of sexual violence who have indicated that they do not have confidence in our legal system. Through this legislation, we have the ability to do better for survivors, and we should. Survivors of crime should always, always, always be at the heart of our criminal justice system. By identifying and enacting measures to increase confidence in our courts and our legal system, we can help ensure that our criminal justice system is victim-centric, and we can take practical steps towards helping restore confidence in it. It takes courage for survivors of sexual assault to come forward, and this bill, a tangible way that we can support and empower survivors to come forward. As we know, this bill will require lawyers who are vying to be appointed as a judge in the Superior Court to commit to taking sexual assault law and social context training. This training will help ensure that Superior Court judges have the knowledge and the skills that are needed to ensure that the survivors of sexual assault are treated with dignity, and respect. The number of cases in recent years where judges have made comments shaming and blaming the survivor of sexual violence underscores the importance of this. Madam Speaker, there are comments like, "Why couldn't you just keep your knees together?" Or, "Clearly a drunk can consent." These inappropriate comments have made national headlines. And these types of ill-considered words have no doubt had an impact on the public's confidence in our judges to preside fairly and impartially over sexual violence cases. Just the same, these events could deter a survivor from coming forward. As I have already stated, it takes courage to come forward. And there's also many reasons why a survivor may hesitate. In going to trial, they may be required to come face-to-face again with their aggressor. They could be faced with retelling or reliving their experience. They could fear that their case will not result in a conviction, that in the process that they might be re-victimized, that their case might not be presided over on an impartial or on the basis of law and evidence only, or even that they might find themselves publicly blamed. The reasons could be endless, Madam Speaker. That is why it is not hard to imagine why, then, there is a trend to not report sexual violence. Of course, in pursuing this legislation, it is not meant to paint every judge and every lawyer with the same brush. It is not drafted with the intent to solely assign blame to the judiciary, nor is it drafted to overstep on judiciary independence. By mandating sexual assault sensitivity training, we can help ensure that judges presiding over sexual assault cases not only properly understand sexual assault law, but we can also help ensure that survivors are respected and treated fairly. We can help ensure that personal biases or societal biases do not influence judicial decision-making. We can also help ensure that judges have the training and the know-how to be more conscientious of their word choices in presiding over these cases. By requiring judges to provide written reasons of their rulings in cases of sexual assault, this legislation is also taking steps to enhance judicial accountability. I will also note that in leaving the development of and provision of training and education to the Canadian Judicial Council, this bill appropriately respects the separation of powers. It is within the purview of Parliament to implement mechanisms to strengthen and encourage confidence in our public institutions. In passing this legislation, this is a starting point for supporting survivors of sexual assault. Survivors should never be re-victimized, no matter the crime. It is not just in superior courts that survivors of sexual assault should interact with a victim-centric approach. Sexual assault survivor advocates make it clear that myths and victim-blaming attitudes exist at every step of the way, and that there are many deterrents in reporting incidents. That is why eliminating rape myths and victim-blaming attitudes should be the goal in all circumstances. Where there is a need, we should also look at better training and accountability in other public institutions. But today, we are considering measures to improve public confidence in our justice system. And given that this legislation gives us the opportunity to proactively take action to support survivors of sexual assault, then we should act. If it's within our jurisdiction to support them and we fail to act, then we are failing them, Madam Speaker. That is why I'm very pleased that we are debating this legislation today, that we are looking at tangible, real steps to help improve accountability and confidence in our justice system. These discussions are very important. And I hope that this debate continues to be victim-centric, that we continue to be focused on ensuring that our justice system treats survivors of sexual assault fairly. We all have a duty to ensure that victims of crime are at the heart of our criminal justice system. And because of that, we will give survivors of sexual assault a greater confidence in our justice system, and that greater confidence is needed to change the status quo. No longer can we allow the majority of sexual assault crimes to go unreported. We can do better, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Attorney General, Justice and Attorney General.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Battleford's Lloyd's Minister and her underscoring the importance of this bill, and I fully agree with that. I just wonder if she might be able to comment on the delays in the passage of this bill that were posed by Conservative senators in the last Parliament, and indeed by the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, who denied unanimous consent to send this through second reading into committee last Friday.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to our colleague for that question. Two things. First thing, I never think that we can talk about sexual violence and sexual harassment enough. I think the more that we actually have these conversations, the more destigmatization can happen, and then this is part of taking the layers off of education as well. Second, off the hop, we were prorogued for 6 weeks. This was reintroduced. This is a third time it's been reintroduced. The second time, we wouldn't be in a third time if the Prime Minister and the Liberals chose not to prorogue Parliament. So I think before there's blaming on the delay of this passage, I think there needs to be maybe some members that look in the mirror. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I'm very happy to say that we agree that it's high time to take action with regard to C3. I also heard her condemn the Liberals' prorogation, which in fact delayed the passage of this bill. We wouldn't have had to wait for third reading. That was delayed by Liberal prorogation. If the Conservatives had agreed for this bill to go directly to the Senate, we wouldn't be here, and perhaps the bill would already have been passed. So I'd like to hear her comments on this.
Honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague also for the comments and the question. From what I understand, if this bill passed today and went to the Senate isn't sitting until October 27th. So even if this passed today, it would still be held up. And it wouldn't necessarily be in this chamber, but that chamber. And frankly, Parliament should just not have been prorogued, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that we're finally being able to find some common ground in this House. Although without getting too excited about that, I have to note that Conservatives have a history of actually cutting funding to women's lobbies, advocacies, and research groups. Yet we know that those very groups are organizing around gender equity and women's issues, taking the time to understand the impact of sexual assault and gender-based violence in their communities. Does the member agree that women's and LGBTQ plus trans communities specifically must be consulted in developing the continuing education program on the issues of sexual assault and social context?
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question as well. I think this goes back to my first response to one of my first questions. I don't think that we can we could talk about sexual harassment and sexual violence enough. I think the more that we speak about this, it happens in every community. It happens in every age demographic, almost every type of workplace. It isn't a certain type of places that this happens. I think the more that we have the conversations and the more that we talk about this and bring education to the forefront, and it comes from having people share their experiences and be vulnerable, but it also takes the people they are talking to be respectful and understanding of their experiences. Thank you.
Question, the honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the member why, if this was so important and the prorogation was so evil, that she voted, that the member voted against the throne speech. We need to thank the NDP for this conversation being held today.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Saskatchewan, I am from Saskatchewan. I represent agriculture workers and I represent energy workers, and they have been left behind and purposefully left out of that throne speech, and that is one of the reasons that I voted against it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rila Lakes.
Oh, thank you very much. Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to continue the discussion on Bill C-3. It's an act to it's to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, and I'm going to have to start and pick up where the member for Battleford's Lloydminster left off, and she did an excellent job on speaking to the issue. But the questions that followed were from the government were not about the importance of the discussion about sexual violence, sexual harassment, or the contents of the bill. It was instead about, one member just asked about the throne speech and why the official opposition voted against the throne speech. So it's important to note, first of all, that it's not the obligation of Her Majesty's official opposition to support the government. We serve as a check in this place against the balance of power, but it's also important to note that we're here today, this bill being reintroduced, because the Prime Minister prorogued Parliament, and he put covering up corruption in his government ahead of dealing with important legislation like what we're discussing here today. Now, a version of this was first introduced in 2017 by the former Conservative leader, the Honourable Rona Ambrose. It was called Bill C-337 and proposed judicial accountability through sexual assault law training. And going back to 2017 with respect to this bill, I want to start there and thank Ms. Ambrose for her leadership and for raising this important discussion. She's played an important role over the past few years in shining light on this very important issue. She's been a strong voice for survivors of sexual assault, and that initial bill received widespread support across party lines and from stakeholders, as does Bill C-3 today. It is important that we discuss it, though. It's important that we have that conversation, and that's why I asked to speak on this bill. I'm a dad. I have 2 young daughters. I have 4 children and 1 on the way, and 2 of my kids are little girls. And I, of course, worry and wonder and have a lot of hope for the world that they're going to grow up in. And the conversations and the information around Bill C-3 and the necessity to introduce this legislation, it makes me worry about the world that my little girls live in. Makes me worry about the world that my wife and my sisters and my mom grew up in, my friends, my colleagues in this house, women who have lived in a world where they faced incredible challenges in dealing with experiences of sexual assault, of sexual harassment, and living in fear. We heard the member from Saint Laurent talk about living in fear, growing up in fear. And that's not the Canada that any of us envision. That's not the Canada that any of us want to live in. And making this country a better place for Canadians, for all Canadians, and as a dad, making it a better place for my little girls is incredibly important to me. So it is heartening that we do have cross partisan collaboration in advancing this, and it's important because we have an obligation. We have an obligation as legislators to put these good intentions into practice, to enshrine them in law. Now, this bill has had support across the country before, and that speaks to the need for it, the ongoing need for it. In 2018, the legislature in Prince Edward Island passed a very similar piece of legislation. It was introduced by Conservative MLA Jamie Fox, and he did that in consultation with Ms. Ambrose again. And in the previous Parliament, Canada's Conservatives were proud to support the JUST Act. And in our election platform in 2019, we were pleased to include support for this legislation. We need to recognize, we need to continue to recognize and respect the experiences of victims of sexual assault. And we need to say and we need to acknowledge that our justice system oftentimes fails them. Now, Bill C-3 would go part of the way to improve the trust that Canadians have in their judicial system, specifically victims of sexual assault. They need to feel confident. They need to feel safe when they come forward. And the last place that a victim should be re-victimized, the last place that a victim should feel they won't be believed, is with a judge. We've all seen headlines about incredibly insensitive, incredibly inappropriate, and frankly, disgusting comments made by some members of the bench in dealing with victims. That word's so important, victims. And qualifying, and oftentimes we hear the qualifying language around, why they're a victim. Well, certainly not because they chose to be, but they did take the step to come forward and to put their faith in the rule of law, in the police, in the Crown prosecutors, and in the judiciary. Certainly the least that we can do for them is ensure that the judge hearing the case understands the basics, understands where this victim is coming from. And to achieve that, there needs to be transparency in the courts. Any of the decisions that they make need to have a rationale, and they need to be accountable. And this legislation would go a long way to do that. Now, C-3 would amend the Judges Act to restrict eligibility of who may be appointed as a judge of the Superior Court. It requires that individuals undertake and participate in continuing education on matters related to sexual assault law and social context, including attending seminars. Now, so this won't just affect the judges who are on the bench. Anyone who wants to be a judge is going to need to take this training first. So instead of just having members of the bench, anyone who aspires to serve will take the training, promoting understanding and ensuring that more women feel safe, more women come forward. All judges need to be fully equipped with a profound understanding of the law that must be applied to the facts of each one of the cases that they hear. Bill C-3 would also require the Canadian Judicial Council to gather data and submit an annual report to Parliament on the delivery and participation in sexual assault information seminars established by them. And finally, Bill C-3 would amend the Criminal Code to require appointed judges, as I said before, to provide those written reasons and increase transparency, increase accountability. We've heard from previous speakers about the prevalence of sexual assaults, particularly in women between the ages of 15 and 24, the very low reporting rate, 83% of them not reported to police at all. The need for this training is evident. I'm proud to stand today in support of this bill. I'm hopeful that legislators in this place use it as an opportunity to look at how we can put the needs of victims first, how that can be reflected in sentencing against offenders, and how we can make sure that Canada's laws serve always to protect its most vulnerable, and in this case, in particular, protect women and girls. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, for many, many reasons, this is a good piece of legislation. It's been referenced in terms of the amount of debate that has actually taken place. In fact, I believe that all members of this House, except for the Conservative Party, was prepared to see it ultimately pass last Friday. And the Conservatives, even though it was their leader that originated with the idea or brought the idea to the floor. And my question to the member opposite is that why would it be that the Conservatives would want to hold up this legislation? Because ultimately, if they wanted to, they could talk it through all the way till December, if that's their actual intent. Can they give an indication as to why they would want to hold up this very important piece of legislation?
Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, frankly, it's disappointing to hear those comments from that member. You know, anyone who spends any amount of time in this place knows that he spends more. He's here all the time. And I would hope that he would understand the importance of debate, the importance of speaking to the issues, hearing different perspectives. There's 338 ridings, not just the ones that are represented by Liberals. There are members from across this country who bring a diversity of views. And during this debate alone today, I've heard perspectives from members, including the member from Saint Laurent, a member of the Liberal Party, who shared very personal and very important details. Debate is important. Committee study is important. The work that this place does is important. Parliament is important. And that's why we're speaking to this today. That's why we're going to debate it. And that's why the Conservatives, that's why I'm supporting this legislation. And I hope, in spite of the opportunity he's taken to try and score some cheap points, that he too will pass this legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for
Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Madam Speaker, thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We know that the member for Leeds and Grenville likes to talk a lot. He did this at the Ethics Committee. We don't understand what you're saying because there are too many people speaking on both sides of the House. So I would ask members to ensure that when someone else has the floor, that they show the necessary respect. So the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we know that my colleague likes to talk a lot, as do I. I also like to take action. So I'm looking towards the future. In 2017, as my colleague said, Bill 337 was tabled by Conservative Rona Ambrose at the time. It's practically the same text in this bill. There's unanimous consent that we have in this House on this bill, and C3 is what we're debating today. Yeah, it's important to recognize this, but it's also important to act. We don't want to talk about things we've already heard. It's a waste of time and a waste of money. So I'd like to ask my colleague to explain what he thinks about what happened at the Senate, this archaic institution that loses money and time. And in 2017, it wasn't the Conservatives that blocked the legislative process. It was they decided not to make this bill a priority. So now we have to debate the whole thing over again. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. Thank you very much.
It's Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I'm glad to hear that the member is an admirer of my work, Madam Speaker, and I encourage him to any of the debates that I've participated in that he hasn't heard to enjoy them on Parleview or in Hansard. I wasn't here in 2017. I'm here now. I was elected in 2018, again in 2019, and since being elected, I have participated in the protection and the furtherance of this democratic institution, of our democracy. And unanimous consent is not how this place was intended to operate. And the bloc can opine about the abolition of the Senate. I'm not looking to break up the country. I don't think that's the debate that we're having today. Today I'm here to talk about the importance of Bill C-3. of we're having a conversation about sexual assault, sexual harassment, violence against women and girls. And so the member opposite can yell into the wind about breaking up the country or abolishing the Senate. We're here to talk about Bill C-3 today, and I'm proud to support that bill.
Unfortunately, because of the intervention I had to make, there's no more time left for questions and comments on this piece, for this gentleman, for this MP. However, the honourable member for l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable for Shefford, she has a lot to say, so I'll recognize her now. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. This week, I had the opportunity to see a comedic movie, How to Be a Good Wife, and I noticed that not too long ago, women couldn't wear pants or dress as they wanted to. And you'll see the link, I'm getting to that later. But they were seen as creatures whose conjugal duty made them submissive to men. Of course, our society has evolved since, and a woman who wears a shorter skirt or a low-cut top and enjoys a drink is no longer seen as a vulgar piece of meat or sending a signal that she wants to be raped. Having worked with women's groups in the past, I'm particularly touched to rise today to talk about this Bill C-3 to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, which, just like apple pie, seems to have unanimous support. So I'll divide my speech into 3 points. First, I'm going to provide some context around the Status of Women Committee and say a few words about the Quebec context, and then finally express my wish to see this bill adopted quickly. First, Bill C-337, which amended the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, sexual assault, was tabled at the House on February 23rd, 2017 by the Honourable Rona Ambrose. The Standing Committee on the Status of Women at the House of Commons studied it before in its report, making recommendations to amend 3 clauses and repeal another. The House of Commons adopted the bill with committee amendments on May 15th, 2017, more than 2 years ago. After first reading in the Senate on May 16th, 2017, Bill C-337 was sent to the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs on May 31st, 2018. Unfortunately, I wasn't a member of this committee at the time. Bill C-337, which was, the short title was Judicial Responsibility in Training in Terms of Sexual Assault, had 3 main objectives. First, it added that before being eligible for appointment to a Canadian Superior Court in a province, the jurist had to undergo training, recent and comprehensive education on sexual assault and on social context. Second, the Canadian Judicial Council, the CJC, had to remit a report to Parliament through the Minister of Justice annually on training on sexual assault and on the participation of judges in this training. In sexual assault cases, it required reasons for the decision in the minutes of the debates, or if not, written reasons. Of course, this bill is considered the predecessor of the current legislation, which has undergone many enhancements since. But we need to remember the media context that was surrounding this bill and what issues it was trying to address. Judicial treatment of sexual assault cases were in the headlines a lot. And when appearing before the Standing House Committee on the Status of Women, the Honourable Rona Ambrose explained that she decided to table this bill after noting that a troubling number of sexual assault cases that had shaken the public's confidence in our justice system. These were cases where justices made statements before the courts or decisions on a sexual assault case that, in some cases, were based on discredited stereotypes of sexual assault victims. In one case, a judge stepped down after the CJC recommended he be barred, and he showed aversion to the laws that seek to protect vulnerable witnesses and to promote gender equality and ensure the integrity of sexual assault cases. In another case, in 2016, A new trial was ordered on appeal after a judge was found guilty for noting motives of acquittal based on myths on what is expected behavior of sexual assault victims. And in 2017, another judge was criticized for also making statements about a woman who was drunk when she was sexually assaulted. Phrases such as, oh, you have a pretty face, but you are attracting attention, and how are you dressed? So we shouldn't be hearing this in 2020 in sexual assault cases from judges. Senator Rino Andrechuk, who sponsored Bill C-337 in the Senate, explained that these cases were in addition to factors that dissuaded victims from reporting sexual assaults. She noted that Bill C-337 was to prevent judicial decisions based on stereotypes in terms of sexual assault and to restore confidence of victims in the justice system. And a letter was sent by the Status of Women Committee in 2017 stating, based on the testimony heard during the study of the bill, the committee encourages the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to express her provincial and territorial counterparts the need to make training in sexual assault law and social context more broadly available. Witnesses appearing before the committee have highlighted the importance of training for all persons who play a role in the administration of criminal justice and who are involved in sexual assault cases, including but not limited to superior and provincial court judges, Crown prosecutors, defense attorneys, and police forces. Additionally, the committee wishes for the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to strongly encourage provincial and territorial governments to make transcripts of the proceedings. And they wanted to have increased transparency. They asked the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada to discuss the results, formally advise the committee of the earliest opportunity of the results and the outcomes. So that was in 2017. And we're still debating this today. Since then, and I'll talk about Quebec, there's an all-party group of women parliamentarians that is examining issues surrounding violence towards women. And recently I asked one of the women how the current bill, C5, could help sexual assault victims, and she said it's very important. I've already talked about sexual assault at help centers, and women are afraid to press charges because they have to relive painful memories of an assault during a trial. And before a judge who often lacks compassion, who makes rude and inappropriate comments to victims. So I want to say that all judges are not insensitive. I know most judges or make sound judgments. I don't want to generalize here, but we want this bill to be voted on and studied in committee, particularly since the pandemic has exacerbated the issue of violence against women. And in terms of sexual assault training for judges, it's a question of dignity for victims, and it's really important to fully comprehend all the sensitive areas surrounding sexual assault, and it's important to reposition them in social and family contexts. I've spoken with many survivors in Quebec, and they've had tough experiences at court. Judges can't often judge something they don't understand. They don't understand the post-traumatic stress or the emotional state of a victim, and often their memory fails them. They can't remember the very details of things, and sometimes our brain just goes into survival mode. Judges have to adapt their behavior to the state of the victim and not the opposite. Often the witnesses are in a state of shock. It's hard for them to remain calm or take a calm tone. So I want this bill to be adopted and applied as quickly as possible. Let's set aside partisanship and now fight against myths and stereotypes around sexual assault that are all too many. There are 600,000 sexual assaults every year in Canada. On average, 1 out of every 2 women will be assaulted at least once in her life. And this rate is higher for women with disabilities or who are Indigenous. So there are all too many sexual assaults today, and there's no room for this in 2020.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I have a question. The situation in Quebec. Is there legislation that the government has implemented to prevent sexual violence against women, or in terms of requiring training for judges? The Honourable Member for Shepford. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Yes, in Quebec, we're examining this issue in terms of education and training for judges for sexual assault cases. Discussions are underway, but also I'd like to expand this topic. There's also civil courts that also can accompany victims of sexual assault. So there's a lot of things underway, and both levels of government have to work on this. The Member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to hear the support of my colleague from the Bloc for the measures in this bill, as this bill already went before committee, and given the urgency of adopting measures in legislation, I hope we can count on the support of our friends from the Bloc to adopt this legislation quickly. Would my colleague have any amendments to make to this bill that is before us that we can address right now? The Honourable Member for Shepford. What I know is that the bill can be adopted, but the committee can study the whole issue to protect the whole issue of judges. Some judges had reserves, but there has been an evolution in the legislation. We have to educate judges, and we have to make sure that this is studied at committee. I think that'll be the best thing to make recommendations.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her comments. And you know, the final report on the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Children noted that apathy from police services is indicative of ongoing racism and sexism that re-victimizes women and girls. And I think she mentioned this in passing in her speech. My French is not as good as it should be, but I just wondered if that's the case, if she could perhaps expand on whether she would support extending the proposals in this bill to training police services.
The Honourable Member for Shepford. In fact, there are other committees that will be studying a broader issue like this. I'd like us to focus on the issue of judicial training with C3. I know there are other bodies that can study how we can extend this for our justice system. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech on this important issue. The whole discussions about stereotypes is very important and very useful. Obviously, it's not just justices that have an issue with stereotypes. We discussed before the tragic case of Eustacio Gallese in Quebec and the whole parole board. A person was on parole with poor instructions, and we asked for a response and an investigation from the government at committee. So I'd like to ask my colleague if she has an opinion on the whole education for the parole board and an evaluation for that. Quick answer, the member for Shepford. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. At another session, I talked about that case. I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. Let's look at this bill now, and there'll be other committees that will be studying other questions. I know some people wanted to extend this, but there'll be other places we can look at that. Pursuant to Standing Order 30, I would like to let the House know the subjects that will be studied at adjournment tonight.
Lake Eastman. the COVID-19 emergency response. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, emergency measures for COVID-19.
The honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe, COVID-19 emergency response. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Laurentides-Laballe. Madam Speaker, it's really good to see people in person once again. And I also say hi to people who are participating via video conference. Today, it is October 7th. So I would like to think about my father who died 3 years ago. Today was his birthday. And we talk a lot about issues and how we can help someone as a caregiver. He was a victim of ALL, and I'd like to pay tribute to him today. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to be here today to talk to you about Bill C-3. We've talked a lot about it for quite some time, but we're reaching the end of this, and what's reassuring is that we're going to get to the end of this to move forward because we have other steps to undertake. Obviously, no one here will be surprised to learn that the Bloc Québécois will support this bill. At the time, our party supported the frame of the legislation that was tabled by the former interim leader of the Conservative Party, Ms. Ambrose. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord was quick to support it and to ask for the support of the House in favor of asking the Senate to accelerate the adoption process for this bill because we were reaching the end of the parliamentary session.
Unfortunately, what we feared occurred. The bill died on the order paper, and it's not the first time. I saw that about 10 years ago when I was a political attaché, and we talk about that often, bills that die on the order paper, and I hope that in this session we will adopt it. We had hoped that Bill C-5 wouldn't face the same fate, but I hope that in this case with C-3, after 2 strikes, we will adopt it this time. So let's quickly throw our support behind it. Bill C-3 is an important bill. It's a short bill, just a few pages, and we all agree. Despite its apparent simplicity, the bill is of crucial importance because it deals with confidence that people have in the justice system. I won't be teaching anyone anything in saying that the justice system is the backbone of our society. So if people no longer have confidence in the justice system, then it will be problematic. Now, the actions that we have seen, these horrible actions could recur, and that's why it's so important for us to take action now. And it's important for us to ensure that the justice system receive the support of the population, of the people of Canada. In keeping with the rule of law, it is our responsibility to take action, and we need to adopt this bill as quickly as possible. What will the impact be? Well, the answer to that is simple. We're talking about training for judges. The issue that C-3 deals with is sexual assault. We're poorly equipped, ill-informed, and it's an issue where there are often preconceived ideas associated with it. That's why it's up to us to restore confidence in the justice system by making these changes. We need to give our judges the tools that they need, as many tools as possible, so that they can do their job with the professionalism that they continue to show in other areas. In all cases, a witness's credibility needs to be assessed, as well as the credibility of the accused. And that's where the judge's assessment may be affected by preconceived ideas. Madam Speaker, this is something that needs to be focused on, and it's specifically dealt with under Bill C-3 by providing greater training and making everyone, including legislators, aware of the reality surrounding sexual assault, how a victim doesn't remember, for example, the incident, as we've heard in almost every speech made. If we want our justice system to work, we need to ensure that the courts master these ideas and concepts. When a judge is called upon to assess the credibility of a witness, he or she must do so with an academic knowledge, but also practical understanding, sufficient understanding to make a ruling, bring down a ruling, to make a decision that everyone can have confidence in. Civil courts, and I hope that Bill C-3 will open the door to the possibility of a component that will be more reparative in nature in civil courts when it comes to sexual assault. Judges are involved in discussions on a daily basis. Every day, the courts are seized with these matters. Sometimes, various benches are not unanimous. We see this at the Supreme Court, which also, on occasion, strikes down decisions of lower courts. So there isn't always unanimity. We also hear talk about the desire to put in place specialized courts for dealing with sexual assault in Quebec, because judges would receive the training, and perhaps one might hope that they could proceed in this way, and it could result in additional legal aid for seeking compensation in civilian courts. So this is why Bill C-3 must be adopted quickly, because training, Madam Speaker, as you know, will help improve knowledge. It will bring us a better understanding of what needs to be done to do the job and to understand a situation which is very specific. A situation that we hope no one will have to be subjected to. But we need there to be empathy, and it's essential, in our view, in the current system, for that to be the case. And for all of these reasons and the reasons mentioned by my colleagues and the comments that we've heard earlier, for those reasons, we will be voting in favor of Bill C-3. And for the fourth time, I hope that Bill C-3 will be adopted very quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's once again encouraging when the legislation is brought forward, the type of support that it receives from all sides of the House. As the member makes forward, no one political party owns this legislation. In fact, it was the former leader of the Conservative Party that brought forward the legislation in the form of a private member's bill. And then it was brought through the government and ultimately made it to the Senate, went through all these processes. And the question I have for the member, it's not to take away anything from the passion of the debate and the importance of the issue, but would she not agree that it's time that we get this thing into law? It's been before us for a long time in one form or another. Would she not agree?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lanty-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for his question. If I understood his question, he's asking if we agree that this bill should be adopted quickly. Well, earlier we talked about the process. As a new Member of Parliament, I know that there is a protocol and there are rules that need to be followed. And we must follow that. Having said that, I think that when we agree, we all agree. And when we respect the process for adopting legislation, then I think in this case we have very important issues. There are people who are in the street. There are people who are concerned about their loved ones. We've shown that we can increase the confidence that we have in our system. That is my answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent remarks. Madam Speaker, we know that 8 million Canadians have been victims of sexual assault and that only 5% of victims go to the police. We also know that that reflects an absence of confidence in the minds of victims, that they will find justice. What can we do to give victims the reassurance they need so that they go to the police, so that they have confidence that justice will be rendered? The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question. Why? Because I have been involved in this area. I've worked with community organization, and people always said, will someone believe me? How will they respond to me? I'm afraid. I'm not sure that I have confidence in the system. So what happens is that people go to a shelter, for example, and I salute the organizations back in my riding that help and try as best as they can, and based on how we're able to help. And that's how this bill will help us to neutralize the situation and increase confidence. It will also help people who accompany victims to say, look at how respected you are. So I think that we could already start by setting an example, showing that how important this is and that we adopt it quickly. A brief question. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my dear colleague for her remarks. And I'd also like to remind the member to speak through the chair. Well, my question is very simple for my colleague, and I acknowledge what she said about her father. Now, all parties are in favor of this bill. Does my colleague believe that it would be important, pertinent, and relevant for there to be a unanimous vote in favor of adopting this bill? The Honourable Member. A quick answer. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes. In the difficult context we can take action Now, I don't know all of the rules, but I think that with the expertise we have here, we can find a way of quickly showing that we can take a stand for an important issue when we're called on to do so.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and to speak to Bill C3, an act to amend the Judges Act and the Criminal Code. And I've got a lot to say about this bill, so I hope I don't run out of time. First of all, I want to thank my friend, the Honourable Rona Ambrose. I was with her from the inception of this bill. She did me the honour of making me the chair of Status of Women, and watching her lead this bill through the House was a real learning experience for me. We know that she's an accomplished businesswoman, an accomplished politician, our interim leader, cabinet minister, and I heard she's writing a book. So I look forward to that, and I would like to thank her again for recognizing the importance of this issue and bringing it forward. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about the history of the bill. You've heard in some of the speeches that this is the third time it was before the House. It did receive unanimous consent when I was here and went off to the Senate. And although I cannot, explain what happened there, I was told that at the last moment, the government woke up and realized it had passed no legislation and loaded up government legislation into the queue, and that was the responsibility there for that failure. And then we had C5. It was reintroduced, and I was happy to see that. But then this government decided to, first of all, not sit all summer. So that was a wasted opportunity. And then on top of that, to prorogue Parliament and delay another 6 weeks. So everything fell off and had to be restarted, and so here we are again. And it's really disconcerting when we think about the statistics that we've heard, and I know that many people have quoted them in their speeches, but I just want to add a few comments to them, because it's astounding when you hear that 83% of women who have been sexually assaulted don't even report it. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We heard some testimony at Status of Women. We were studying violence against women and girls at this time when this bill came forward. And the Ottawa Police reported that of the women that show up at the police station to claim that they've been sexually assaulted, 40% they don't even write a report for. Think about that. Think about the humiliation as a woman of being sexually assaulted, of having the courage to even go, knowing that if you show up, I mean, it's 1 in 5 cases that are even reported that may go to trial, and a very small percentage of those that ever come with a conviction. And once they come with a conviction, it is astounding to see the small sentences that people receive in this country for sexual assault. When you look at it on paper, you can see that there's supposed to be minimums of 10 and 14 years for these kind of offenses. But the reality is that it is up to the judge of the day to determine whether he wants to go with a summary conviction or probation or a fine. And so, in fact, in many cases, the punishment for the crime, even if they're even if they're convicted, which is a very small percentage, is measured in months. Or people are allowed on probation, or they pay a fine for sexually assaulting a woman. Now, when 1 in 3 women in this country are going to be sexually assaulted in their life, this is totally unacceptable. And we know, and it's been pointed out, that Indigenous women and members of the LGBTQ community are even more at risk for this kind of sexual violence. And so all the more reason why we need to have training in place that can address parts of this. And I liked many of the recommendations I heard today that said, we have the purview here in this House over federal judges. But that's not the whole story. There are provincial judges, and I'm sad to say that even though when this bill was brought forward, the bill was shared with all of the provinces, the report of violence against women and girls in Canada, which brought 45 specific recommendations to address this issue, that was shared as well across the provinces, and there's been very little uptake of that. So I was encouraged to hear my colleagues from Quebec tell me that they are starting to look at this and address the issue, because that will be very important. I think police sensitivity has been pointed out to be a factor in the murdered and missing Aboriginal recommendations, as well as 40 other reports that went before them on similar terms. And we heard testimony as well that training is needed there. But the reality is, we have limited sway here, and so for this bill, it will address the training for lawyers that want to become judges. We really wanted to have this address all the justices that are going to hear sexual assault cases. But unfortunately, that wasn't something that we were able to make happen. Now, I will say that Justice Kent showed up at committee, and as soon as Rana had tabled this bill, she was very enthusiastic, and she implemented training for lawyers that wanted to be judges in the federal judiciary and recommended training to all those who were existing justices. She was unable to force them to take it, but at least, there was immediate action taken. So while there's been lamenting about the amount of time to pass the bill in full, I think that there are people who have stepped up to the plate and who have been able to address some of the needs without even seeing the legislation. Now, some of the statistics that I think are really troubling have to do with young people. Okay, so young people aged 15 to 24 are twice as likely to be sexually assaulted. When we were at committee, we heard testimony that in Canada, at university, in the first 8 weeks, women that attend Canadian universities, 30% of them will be sexually assaulted. 30%, Madam Speaker. This is unacceptable, unbelievable, and if you can imagine these young girls in that state of trauma, not understanding the judicial system, having no guidance of any kind to help them maneuver through, police, and of course there's, the peer pressure that exists on campus. You can see why we really need to have sensitivity. Now, if I could say, the study that we did come up with a lot of recommendations, and I'm disappointed to see that the government didn't end up doing much with that. If I look at the importance that they've placed on addressing this issue, $100 million was put into one of the budgets to address violence against women and girls. But if you think about the 4 million women, plus or minus, that have experienced sexual assault, that works out to $25 for each one. That's not very much when you compare that to the government's response, for example, to the COVID pandemic, where, $240 some odd billion to date has rolled out for about 106,000 cases. That's $2.2 million per case of COVID, compared to $25 per sexual assault. Just wanted to put that in perspective. Sometimes the math tells you a lot. So, Madam Speaker, obviously the thing that we're trying to address with this legislation is some of the really egregious comments that have been made by judges in sexual assault trials. We know the most infamous one, Robin Kemp's comments, where he asked the victim or survivor if she couldn't just keep her knees together. I mean, totally unacceptable. We know that there was another case in the Atlantic where a woman who had been drinking was assaulted, and the comment from the judge was that she was drunk, as if somehow that justified her being sexually assaulted. And maybe the most egregious one to me personally is the comments that were made about Cindy Gladue, who was sexually assaulted and murdered, and when she wasn't even there to defend herself, the judge referred to her continually as the Aboriginal prostitute. Unacceptable in the extreme. We need to see change, absolutely. And so if we look at the bill, and I think I pointed out why it's needed, I want to spend a few minutes talking about what the bill does and some of the things that have changed over the evolution of the bill. So the bill's purpose is to improve the interaction between sexual assault complainants and the justice system, specifically the judiciary. It restricts the eligibility of who can be appointed to become a judge in Superior Court by requiring them to commit to undertaking and participating in continuing education on matters related to sexual assault and social context, including attending seminars. And it requires the Canadian Judicial Council to submit an annual report to Parliament on the delivery and participation in sexual assault information seminars established by them. And it requires judges to provide reasons for their decisions in sexual assault cases. Now, it's really important that we understand why written decisions were necessary. When the decisions were not written, there was some evidence that perhaps they were less well thought out or less likely to be appealed because the wording was not on record. And so that will be important. In the bill itself, there is more robust language about the consulting that needs to be done with other organizations for the training. We want to make sure that the training gets at the things it needs to address. And so it needs to be developed after consultation with persons, groups, or organizations that the Council considers appropriate, such as sexual assault survivors and groups and organizations that support them, and include instruction in evidentiary prohibitions, principles of consent, and the conduct of sexual assault proceedings, as well as education regarding myths and stereotypes associated with sexual assault complainants. I think earlier we heard the member from Oakville recite the history of the legislation that went into place in 1983 that was the rape shield provisions that prohibits somebody from bringing up someone's past sexual history as any kind of information that would be relevant to a sexual assault trial. In addition to that, I think the principle of consent is important, and it's something that doesn't just belong in training for judges, but I agree also with an earlier member that talked about how it's important to educate children from the time they're young about consent. And if anyone has not seen a very short clip on YouTube called Consent Tea, I would encourage you to go and look at it, because it uses a cup of tea as an example of when you might expect sexual assault to be acceptable or not. So you don't give someone tea if they're unconscious. You don't give someone tea if they say they don't want tea. And so I honestly really think that that is an excellent short video, but the education needs to be ongoing. And so I'm happy to see the consultation here. And my hope is that they would consult as well intersectionally to make sure that concerns from the LGBTQ community, who, as I've already pointed out, as well as the Indigenous communities, are even more likely to experience assault. So the training can be sensitive in all ways. One of the things I do not like about the current revision is about the metrics for tracking how well this is going. So originally, the tracking was going to be the number of sexual assault cases that were heard and the number of cases that had judges that had had the training. So you could get a sense for, was it working? Do we have mostly judges, 100% being the goal, who have had the training actually presiding over cases? Instead, the metric has been just changed to the number of judges who attended each seminar, which, I think it's important to measure the number of people taking the training, but I am actually more interested in something very specific, which is for people that are presiding over sexual assault trials, that they actually have had the training. And that's one of the things that brought this forward, was that these other justices that were somewhat insensitive did not have the training. And so I don't know that that metric is really where it ought to be, but I'm sure that that will get hashed out as well when it gets to committee. Now, I'm just looking at my time here and make sure. How many more minutes? 5 minutes. Oh boy, 5 minutes. Well, I better hurry. I better hurry along then. Okay. So I want to talk a little bit about some of the other issues that sort of contribute to this whole problem of sexual assault and the ramifications of it. So if you think about these victims who have been raped, And I mean, there's a range of sexual assault that, goes from the extreme on down. But in every case, there's trauma. And many of the women or men who have been assaulted that experience this trauma then have mental health issues as a result. Many turn to addictions of various sorts. And so a lot of the opioid crisis and the methamphetamine crisis that we studied at Health Committee, if you look to the root cause of many of these things, it does come back to sexual assault in many cases. And so the cost to society is huge of those things. And I think it's something that can't be overlooked when we look at the importance of getting this legislation in place. The other thing I wanted to talk about a bit was rape culture, because as we were studying this whole issue of violence against women and girls, and how do you really get sort of to all of the different solutions, of which this is one. Rape culture, it's actually a pyramid, where at the top you have sexual assault as sort of the most heinous act. But then at varying levels below, there are behaviors that will walk somebody in that direction, starting with the simple catcalling, heckling, harassing of women or people on buses, etc. And there was an organization locally that came and did a very good presentation on the different behaviors and all of the steps that would be needed to take in order to make sure that people understand these small egregiousness become sort of more and more egregious and can, if not interrupted, lead to somebody's ability to then cross the line and commit sexual assault. So that's one thing that definitely needs to be looked at. The other thing is the length of time that all of this stuff takes. We talked about this particular bill being introduced for the third time, but it's not the only thing. And I get very frustrated when I look at the work that is done at committees, which is very valuable and produces, very detailed recommendations on what the government needs to do. And with violence against women and girls, I mentioned you should read the report. 45 recommendations, some of them specific to those young women that are on university campuses and what we need to do to prevent sexual assault, what we need to do to help them, guide them through the process, that each university should have a protocol in place, that they would be able to follow up correctly on the incidents without shaming the victim, to make sure that the victim has support as they go through the policing and judicial system. There are a lot of goodies in there. But again, it takes a long time to get anything to happen, and I haven't seen much happen with that. Same is true for many of the issues affecting women: human trafficking, pay equity, corporate boards, the systemic discrimination of women. During the COVID pandemic, we've had lots of discussion about how women are disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, and that many of the programs that have been rolled out, didn't really hit the mark there. So I think that we need to be more nimble and agile. I heard that word in the throne speech, and so I'm a fan of agility. And some folks in my past have said I was rammy, but that is not true. I'm a person of action. I like to see things done quickly. And in this case, it's something that's very serious. And so I'm definitely going to support C3, and I really am happy to have the opportunity to speak to many of the new members that may not have known the history of this bill as it came through the House, that may not have been familiar with all of the statistics of how bad the situation is in our own country. And I don't want to get away from the theme that one of our members talked about in terms of the government's approach of prevention, support, and justice, because I do think that those are the right pillars to move forward with some action. We talked about the education, we talked about some of the support. Justice is something I'd like to talk about for 1 second. Okay, 1 minute. Because when we met with women from other countries that were parliamentary representatives, and I can remember sitting with one woman from another country, and I said, and what is the sexual assault frequency in your country? And she said, oh, it's not really an issue for us. And I said, well, really, why is that? And she said, well, there's a mandatory 10-year sentence, no exceptions. And I thought, oh, wow. That's a takeaway. So maybe we need to do something in our judicial system in addition to this bill that actually puts a punishment in place and doesn't necessarily leave it to the discretion of the judges who are preferentially choosing to go with punishments measured in months for the sexual assault of teenagers, of people who may have trauma for the rest of their lives. So with that, Madam Speaker, again, thank you for listening. Thank you to Rona Ambrose for bringing it forward, and I look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable colleague for her very eloquent speech. Indeed, I am one of the newer members in this chamber to which she was referring. But as a litigator and, of course, as a woman, this C3 is something that interests me very much, and I have looked at what has happened in the past. I appreciate the fact that the member says that she is a woman of action, but the truth of the matter is, with 1/3 of Canadian women going to experience sexual assault, we do need to move very quickly at this stage. And I hope that we could count on the Conservatives' support to get this through committee very quickly. And also, if I understand correctly, I believe that it is members of the Conservative caucus, Conservative senators, that previously blocked the passage of this bill. And I hope to count on your support in order to get this bill, this very important bill, through.
I just want to remind members not to have conversations side by side, because I know that the member for Sarnia-Lambton is well able to answer this question. The honourable member Sarnia-Lambton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague across the aisle for the question. Definitely, I'll tell you what happened when it came to the Senate delay. So it was coming to May of that year, and the government woke up and realized that it had passed the least legislation of any government before it, and decided to just put a slew of things in. So we had 91, 92, 93, a whole bunch of them come in. And the Senate has a protocol where they have to address government business first before private members' business, which this was at the time. And so that's what happened there. I assure you that the Conservative senators are on the page, that they absolutely believe that we need to do something to address sexual assault in this country, and support this bill as well as others that will take those measures. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for her speech. Obviously, it's difficult to have a bill that is perfect. We see that some improvements were made, but there could have been more. I have a question, however, because I also think that this bill is not perfect. It's concerning the interference in provincial jurisdiction. The Bar of Quebec weighed in on the previous bill which inspired this, and it said that the administration of justice is of provincial jurisdiction, and all amendments that are set out by the bill, both to the Judges Act and the Criminal Code, may infringe upon the provincial responsibilities of Quebec, the other provinces and territories. And so I would like to know whether my colleague will oppose it if it does infringe on provincial jurisdiction. Thank you very much for the question. It's very important.
Federal jurisdiction here is only to require that lawyers that want to be federally appointed judges get the training. That was the only part of the pie that we have jurisdiction on that we could legislate, and that's why that's what's in here. So it doesn't infringe on provincial legislation as it's written. That said, we did send it all out to all of the provinces, and I do not understand why, if Quebec provincial jurisdiction allows them to get their lawyers this kind of training so that when they become provincial judges, they will judge with sensitivity in sexual assault cases. That needs to happen. We need to get going on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Sarnia-Lambton for her speech. I might disagree with her slightly on the story around the Senate, but we can take that offline some other time. What I want to ask is regarding the final report on the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls that found that the apathy from police services is indicative of racism and sexism that re-victimizes women and girls, and whether she would be in favor of, not perhaps in this legislation itself, but extending the training here that we propose here to police services.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I'd like to thank the member across the aisle for that question. And I would say that I'm in favor, but again, we have this issue of provincial jurisdiction. So some of the police in the country are under the provincial jurisdiction, and the ones that are under federal, such as the RCMP, for example, I would definitely encourage this kind of training, because we've seen, not just in the Murdered and Missing Aboriginal Women's report, but there were, I think, 40 reports before that looked at these various situations, and all of them had police sensitivity and training as a recommendation. So I'd love to see that across the country, but at least we could do our part federally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Fundy Royal. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her very informed and passionate speech, and as someone who knows the history of this bill and a lot of the research that's gone into the bill, I really appreciate her perspective on this. I'm wondering if the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, could give a bit more of the background. We know that our former colleague Rona Ambrose brought this bill forward. Conservatives certainly support this bill, but there's a reason she brought that bill forward. I wonder if the honourable member could speak to those reasons.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for a great question. It was actually at this time that we had diligent reporting by journalists like the Globe and Mail's Robin Doolittle, who actually found out that there were 5,000 allegations of sexual assault cases that were closed by the Canadian law enforcement annually. And that statistic got Rona thinking. And then there was the Robin Camp incident, the John Kameshi case that went on, and all of these things. She said, we have got to do something. You know, we have got to have judges that understand the sensitivity needed to address sexual assault and actually understand the laws that have already been passed with respect to the rape shield and all of those things. So that's what I think ignited the passion in her. She was already a passionate advocate for women and girls, as you know, being the author of the Independent Day of the Girl. But I think that was what began it. And then from there, with some input from stakeholders, she was able to draft the bill, and it was unanimously passed when it came through the House, and of course it is the will of the House that needs to happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's speech, which my colleague has quite a knowledge of this file. I think that in Quebec and in Canada, we're at the point where courts of justice have become more welcoming to complainants, sexual assault complainants. But I hear that about only 5% of victims actually report cases. So how can the courts be more welcoming? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. And I think it comes down to this. If you know in advance that you will be shamed, that you will have to go through a long and arduous trial where you will be made to look bad, and at the end of the day, 7% of people get convicted, and at the end of the day, they will receive a sentence that's probation or a fine or maybe a few months in prison. If you're a woman that's already been traumatized, there is no way you're going to put yourself through that. And so I think that we need to address the conviction rate, the punishment to fit the crime. I think we need to educate people about the change so that women are aware. And in many cases, one of the recommendations from our violence report was they needed something like a spirit guide to guide them through the process and be there as an advocate for them, especially for younger women. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her remarks. I appreciated her comments in particular about the issue of rape culture and how we combat that. I know some work was done in the last Parliament around the exposure of especially young boys to violent sexual images online and how that may shape their sort of socialization around sexuality. I wonder if the member could speak to that and some of the action that could be taken on that issue.
To answer from the member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. Yes, absolutely. When we looked at some of the contributing factors to sexual assault and violence against women and girls, pornography and a lot of the online images that people were seeing, especially as young boys, was one of the causal factors. And one of the solutions that was presented was organizations of men who would come alongside the boys and sort of train them up to treat women appropriately and to understand the inappropriateness of their behavior. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take a bit of a different approach on this particular debate. You know, when I look at Bill C-3, what I anticipate is that we will see unanimous support from the House. I believe that every member, all 330 plus members, actually support this legislation. And justifiably so, Madam Speaker. After all, it's not the first time that we've had the legislation. In fact, the former leader of the Conservative Party brought it forward, the idea. And, you know, the Prime Minister has inferred in the past that no one owns a good idea. If it's something that's good and we can, for the betterment of Canadians, try to pass something, let's do it. And we had a government of the day back then that said, well, not only will we support the bill, but when that didn't work, we ended up bringing in a government bill. Not only, Madam Speaker, has it passed the House and gone through committees and has gone to the Senate, it's had plenty of opportunity for good, healthy debate. And, Madam Speaker, who can blame it? After all, sex assault is a very serious issue. Again, I suspect that all 330 plus members of this House would have some wonderful things to say about that very important issue and the impact that it has on our society. All of us, I'm sure, would have something to share with the House. But you know something, Madam Speaker? If you take a look at all the private members' bills, or you take a look at the government agenda, the government legislation, you would find that mathematically it is impossible for every member to be able to talk about every piece of legislation. It's not possible, Madam Speaker. Even if you did what we did, and we sat, at least in part, in a different form during the summertime in the House. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, there's a limited amount of time. And the official opposition knows that, Madam Speaker. You see, they understood last Friday, if they wanted to, they could have actually had the bill pass. This very important issue, in which all members of Parliament are very passionate about, could have actually passed last Friday. What would have happened had that taken place? Well, we would be debating the Truth and Reconciliation right now, today, Bill C-5. And some tell me that the Conservatives might not even support that piece of legislation. I'm hopeful that a majority will, Madam Speaker. I suspect that there will be huge demands from the Conservative Party that we debate that piece of legislation. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to legislation inside this chamber, the only way you get the Conservatives to pass legislation is you either have to bring in time allocation or you have to shame them into doing the right thing. Wow. Madam Speaker, and you know, I think at the end of the day, when we look at what we have before us, and as I say, I challenge any member to indicate their opposition to the legislation. And I suspect, Madam Speaker, as I pointed out, the very essence of the issue is of the utmost importance to all Canadians. And I'm sure that there is not at least a Liberal, and I suspect a member in the House, that would not publicly speak or have a desire to speak about this type of legislation passing. We recognized it years ago when the interim leader of the Conservative Party brought it forward. And I would like to challenge my friends across the way, because they understand. I've been affiliated with House leadership teams for a little while now. And I can tell you that at times you need to allow for bills that have that unanimous support to actually go through the process. And yes, I know a member from the opposition can stand up in a righteous way and say, well, every member should be able to speak on this legislation. And Madam Speaker, I'm not going to deny that. If the member wants to be able to speak on this piece of legislation, let them speak on this piece of legislation. But remember, Madam Speaker, that if every member spoke on every piece of legislation, it is not possible. You cannot do that, Madam Speaker. And the Conservatives know that. It doesn't take too much to put off any piece of legislation, because you can, after you debate all 100 members speaking, between questions and answers and the speech itself, a half hour for the first 5 hours, and then it goes to 15 minutes afterwards. We could be speaking for weeks on this legislation, all because the Conservative Party doesn't want legislation to pass so that they can criticize the government in the future, saying, well, the government doesn't pass any legislation. And if we try to pass legislation, Madam Speaker, they say, well, why did they have to bring in time allocation? Madam Speaker, the opposition needs to come to a realization that if you don't want things like time allocation, if you want to see a consensus, and I'm focused on the Conservative Party. Well, Madam Speaker, if you behave like, maybe that's what you get. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, what I would like to be able to see, and I did it when I was in third party. On the third party, I actually supported the government of the day on certain time allocations, because I believed that, unfortunately, at times, you do need to bring in time allocation. I would like to think, Madam Speaker, on this piece of legislation that we don't need to bring in time allocation. But rather what we can do is we can recognize the fine work that's been done to date on this legislation. And maybe it's because I'm really eager to get on to Bill C-5, Madam Speaker. It's about the Truth and Reconciliation. It's one of the calls for action. And I understand that the Conservatives are going to be demanding a lot of time for debate on that legislation, Madam Speaker. I would think that that particular call for action is something in which there's a great deal of interest in terms of finding out where the Conservative Party is. We know, Madam Speaker, where people are at, where MPs are at with respect to this piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, I would suggest that members opposite within the Conservative Party will no doubt want to continue to talk about this debate. And I will be one of the first, no doubt, to remind them into the future as to why it is maybe we didn't get as much time to debate C-5, because I suspect, Madam Speaker, they won't provide us the opportunity.
Order. The Honourable Member for Leeds Granville. Yeah, I was getting there. Leeds Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I meant no disrespect, just it's a long riding name, so I just wanted to offer that. Yes, LGTIRL. The member is making repeated reference to C-5, and I just wondered, through you, Madam Chair, if even though the rules of relevance are loosely applied in this place, if we ought to speak to the motion, speak to the bill that we're debating, C-3. We're talking about C-3. We've heard a lot about C-5, and so the member does not want other members to speak to it. Perhaps he could actually speak to C-3.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member might not necessarily like it, but there is a direct link that I've made between C-5, which in all likelihood is going to be the next item for debate when I focused my attention on the importance of C-3 and getting it passed, Madam Speaker. There's a direct link between the two issues, and that's what I've been referencing.
The speech and try to focus on C3, please. I'd remind the parliamentary secretary to focus on C3.
And the last thing I would want to do would be to contribute to an ongoing debate when I know the Conservatives are anxious to see this bill ultimately pass. So I would leave it, Madam Speaker, by asking my Conservative friends to support what was a very good idea, something that has actually been debated, not only inside this House, but the House of Commons on Parliament Hill. There has been a great deal of debate. Everyone's in support of it, and there is, and we've seen it. We have seen legislation pass relatively quickly inside this House. We even saw it, Madam Speaker, at one time with reference to this particular piece of legislation when it was in another session or another number, Madam Speaker. So I implore upon my Conservative friends across the way that they give serious consideration to allowing the Bill C3 to go through. So that way we can debate C5, where I'm very much interested in hearing where the Conservatives might fall on that very important issue of reconciliation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Good choice. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And really, what a unfortunate display that we just saw from the honourable member when we're discussing a bill as important as Bill C3. And he spent virtually no time on the bill and spoke only about delay. So I just want to draw the attention of the honourable member. Maybe he can answer a question for me. Prorogation of Parliament, according to Marleau and Montpetit, results in the termination of a session. Prorogation is taken on the advice of the Prime Minister, and the effect of it is to terminate all business, including the work of committees. So my question to the honourable member is, who is the Prime Minister's whose advice it was to prorogue Parliament and thereby pressing restart on all business of this House?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I suspect that if you look at even my home province of Manitoba, where the Progressive Conservative Premier, Brian Pallister, did the very same thing, prorogued the Manitoba legislature. Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister has recognized and remained very focused, as this government and other members, at least some members have recognized, that we need to be very much focused on the coronavirus and the health and well-being of Canadians and our economy. And that is something that well justifies the need to prorogue and to reset and to remain and then put into focus what's important to every Canadian in all regions of our country. And I believe today, in fact, the province of Manitoba is reading their throne speech after proroguing.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to piggyback on my previous colleagues' comments. We're here to debate C3, which is important to victims of sexual assault. My colleague talked about prorogation and how that was a way of turning the page and putting the focus on the economy. But speaking of women and the economy, we met this summer in committee to deal with the particular effects of the pandemic on women. But because this government prorogued, our work was cut short. We're on the Status of Women Committee, and we have to start over from scratch. Is that what you mean by helping victims of the pandemic?
Well, Madam Speaker, I suspect that if the member was to pose the question to the Minister of Status of Women, that she would probably have no problem in providing a 2 or 3 minute long answer in terms of the types of things that we as government, working with the different levels of government, and whether it's municipal or provincial and the many different stakeholders, what we've been able to do to try to minimize the negative impact on the coronavirus, because of the coronavirus, on women and girls throughout the country, and we take the issue very seriously. And the member raises a good point by posing that particular question, Madam Speaker. That's one of the reasons why we needed to prorogue, so that we would be able to refocus and ensure that we are talking about the coronavirus through the throne speech. And if members read that throne speech, some of the answers to the questions that she just finished posed could be found right in that document itself.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's encouraging to me that we have unanimous support for this bill, and I would love to see this pass as quickly as possible. But I am disappointed that we have had to go back to the beginning, that the Liberal government's decision to prorogue Parliament had many impacts, and one of them was restarting and slowing down the progress on important bills from the last session, just like this one. And when I spoke on this bill last February, I mentioned that, like many Canadians, this is a deeply personal issue for me. I am one of the 1 in 3 women who have experienced sexual assault in their lifetime. That statistic is staggering, but for most women, it's not surprising. Yesterday, Tanya Tagaq, the incredible artist and Inuk throat singer, said, "Every woman I know has to carry the memory of at least one unreported sexual assault." And I'm curious if the member has an answer to the women like myself who have to carry that story. Why this government prorogued Parliament, why they slowed down the progress on bills like this, and why how he can stand in defense of government who prorogued Parliament for what seems like no good reason.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I truly appreciate the member's question and her willingness to be able to share her story. And through the debates over the years, we've heard many personal stories, Madam Speaker. And, it is something that when I listen to often debates, hearing those firsthand stories or listening to some of the comments that will be provided, it inspires me to want to work harder and make sure that we do the right thing. And when we talk about the proroguing, one of the nice things about the House of Commons is that we have the capacity. Whether one agrees or disagrees with the prorogation that was made, let's put that to the side. We have the ability to unanimously pass this bill through if the political will is there. And I believe that if we ask the member that just posed me the question, I suspect that she would support that political will. I believe that most people inside this chamber would support that political will, Madam Speaker, because we see the passion, whether it's from the member that posed the question to other individuals that have been so profoundly impacted on this particular issue.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question for the member opposite is, in light of the fact that prorogation happened, and the committee that's going to receive this bill to do anything with it doesn't even start for 2 weeks, would he not agree that it is worthwhile having a discussion on an issue that's so serious for 1 in 6 people in Canada, and that educating the new members is very worthwhile?
Good question.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that there is all sorts of things that could be done with regards to seeing this bill passed sooner as opposed to later. There's many ways in which it can be done, and I would have encouraged this particular member and others to maybe give consideration to that. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, there are many motions, pieces of legislation that are absolutely fabulous and deserve hours and hours, if not endless, debate. But time doesn't necessarily allow for that to occur. And when we have the opportunity to do something good in regards to something that is unanimously supported from the House, why squander that opportunity? And as I said, Madam Speaker, if we wanted to, we could have seen the bill actually passed last Friday.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I could understand some members complaining about the debate going on too long, maybe. But for the member for Winnipeg North to complain about other people talking too much on a particular piece of legislation, I have to say that is something that I never would have expected. Now, Madam Speaker, I know the member across the way is not new to this place. He spends a fair bit of time in Parliament and has over the years. I think he knows that it's the prerogative of the Prime Minister to a significant extent in terms of scheduling the debates that occur within this place. We know that, for instance, the government's euthanasia legislation, removing safeguards, is scheduled for Friday and for the following Monday. The government has a choice in terms of what bills they want to schedule when, and if this bill, moving it forward as a priority, the government could schedule this bill more frequently than they have. What we've seen actually from this government, though, is no legislation passed this year except for spending bills. The House has barely sat, I think less than 40 days since the last election. Prorogation of Parliament, complete suspension of Parliament prior to that prorogation, other than the committees. This House has barely sat, and it's just the pattern of this government to demand that we quickly pass legislation in the very short windows that they prescribe and then shut down Parliament otherwise. So I'd like to ask the member, how do we know that it's not the intention of the government, again, to shut down Parliament as soon as possible after some of this legislation moves forward?
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very short answer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in part, the member makes my point. And I must say at the very onset that I do enjoy very much the opportunity to address the House, and I often am afforded the opportunity, and I do appreciate it, Madam Speaker. Having said that, there is important legislation that's there that I'd love to see debated. The assisted dying legislation, the reconciliation, that's something that's there. But I suspect that there's going to be a great deal of demand to be able to make time for that. When we get back, we're going to spend at least 2 opposition days, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Today, and while we are celebrating the International Day of the Girl, we're debating a bill that would require judges to take sensitivity training around, quote, sexual assault law and the social context. This is because of men like John Riley, a former judge and federal Liberal candidate, who said, well, there are sexual assaults, and then there are sexual assaults. Riley then pointed to a case where he had seen a man who had digitally penetrated his girlfriend while she was sleeping, saying that a 3-year sentence would have been too harsh. We're also debating this bill because of men like former Judge Robin Kemp, who asked a 19-year-old complainant why she had not done more to prevent her alleged rape, and then told her that sex and pain sometimes go together. But there's something about this bill that really angers me. It really makes me angry. And it's absurd to me that we have to spend time figuring out how to train the men in Canada's systemically misogynistic justice system to be sensitive to sexual assault. In so many ways, it is blindly the wrong approach because it is so paternalistic in its design. Instead of using tax dollars and research to illuminate men on the finer points of how being fingered against your will while you're sleeping is wrong, or that it's kind of hard to keep your knees together when you're being overpowered by somebody twice your size, or the lingering shame and emotional burden these things can cause a woman, why can't we simply appoint less sexist women haters to the bench? And if men want to be honored with a judicial appointment, why can't the hiring criteria be what they've done in their career to remove the systemic barriers women face? Why do we have to train the idiots in society, and why couldn't we just hire the allies? This bill won't do much to fundamentally change the systemic misogyny embedded in the Canadian government, whatever the branch may be. There are those who will say that systemic misogyny doesn't exist in Canada. To these people, I would say this. That we are debating this bill today is clear evidence of systemic misogyny. If you are part of a system that you benefit from at the expense of others due to barriers they experience because of stereotypes, bigoted social mores, or rigidly traditionalist beliefs about women, and you do nothing to stop it, then you are part of the problem. That is systemic misogyny. And if you refuse to look for these issues or address them when you see them because you think it doesn't exist, you are part of the problem. If you think that protecting the rights of women will erode your rights, you are part of the problem. You are lazy and cowardly at best, and misogynist at worst. And no amount of training will fix that system. Only removing those who benefit from perpetuating it from their position of privilege and power will. This system has affected me. I regularly receive sexualized death threats. I get microaggressions, like being asked by a colleague if I was pregnant because I committed the sin of eating a sandwich during a Zoom meeting, or being called the B word because I'm a woman that unapologetically challenges the dogma of the system. I've had my gender and my brand used as a fig leaf to cover the misogyny of others through tokenization. And there has been so much more. But if this is me, a white, straight woman in a position of power, imagine what it's like for a racialized, queer, or trans woman. Imagine what it's like for a woman in poverty with children. Imagine what it's like for a woman living on reserve. Imagine what it's like for Nadia Murad and the millions of other women around the world who have had their bodies used as tool of war while the world refuses to even prosecute their oppressors. This bill is a good opportunity to take a moment to reflect on the experience of these women, the Yazidi genocide survivors. Why? Because I think that the experience of these women really does highlight to me the problems embedded in our system, not only for women on the international stage, but their quest for justice here in our own country. As some of the members in this House might remember, several years ago I worked with these women to bring their plight to the attention of Canadian parliamentarians and to get justice and action for their people. It was the voices of these women, these survivors, who were seeking justice after experiencing genocide and sexual enslavement that affected some change. But imagine what these women went through, and then imagine, after all of that trauma, having to come to Canada's Parliament, time and time again, to push the government to do something when it was obvious that action was needed, to do what's right. And take a moment and reflect on that. Take a moment and reflect on being a victimized woman who was sold as a sexual slave and having to beg to have your plight recognized by those who sit in this position of power, and then having them wonder, well, is this going to be politically convenient for us? That's what's wrong with the system here, and no amount of training is going to fix that. After many motions in the House, committee studies, press conferences, news release, and most importantly, advocacy by the Yazidi community here in Canada and abroad, we were able to get some movement, but it's not close to being enough. We must seek justice for these women, and that includes prosecuting their oppressors. To date, there's been no justice for these women. ISIS hasn't been brought to trial on the international stage, and day again, they are re-victimized because they have to explain to the world that there is no closure and there is no change without justice being sought. This issue alone shows that Canada has much work to do on gender equality. But we live in a country where human trafficking occurs and Indigenous and First Nations women go missing and are murdered. Last year, the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls found a, quote, significant, persistent, and deliberate pattern of systemic racial and gendered human rights and Indigenous rights violations and abuses. And yet the government continues to fail to take meaningful action in creating safer conditions for Indigenous women and girls. Instead, the Prime Minister offers up a lot of platitudes on Twitter. He got rightly criticized for that this week. More interested in keeping up the appearance of positive change rather than actually affecting it. And that's what this bill is about. We can't speak about the misogyny in the justice system today without recognizing the significant racialized and colonial violence against Indigenous women across our country, both inside and outside the courts. We live in a country where we feel we need to educate the ones that are supposed to uphold and champion justice, our judges, not to be sexist, and a country where we have to talk about how those meant to care for us in our time of need, nurses and doctors, need sensitivity training. We saw this intersection of sexism and racism in the heartbreaking tragedy of Joyce Echaquan. It's difficult for us to admit that Canada is not as exceptional as we may think, but the reality is that these systems that were meant to protect us often fail many because we're not getting to the heart of the problem. We need to do more to disrupt the systems that perpetuate this aggression. Going back to this bill about judges training them to be more sensitive. No amount of training someone who was privileged enough to finish law school as they're about to get a plum judicial position will correct a systemically misogynistic system. Everyone needs to change their actions, and it should start here in this place. People shouldn't be running under the banner of a major political party if they have substantiated harassment allegations. People within the tents of these parties should find the courage to speak up when this happens. The most senior levels of leadership shouldn't be allowed to follow a different set of rules than the rank and file when harassment allegations surface. Women who speak truth to power shouldn't be turfed and labeled as problematic. I've watched all of this and more happen in this place during my time here. And just this week, I watched the chair of a major parliamentary association stay silent as a group tried to force a Canadian woman off the ballot for the presidency of an international organization. All of these...
May I interrupt the member 2 seconds? I would like to remind members that we have a member speaking very seriously, and we'd like to hear her, please. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. I've watched all of this and more happen in this place during my time here, and just this week, I watched as the chair of a major parliamentary association stayed silent as a group tried to force a Canadian woman off the ballot for the presidency of an international organization. All of these experiences have led me to this central question. Why is it that women always have to be the one to do the heavy lifting on these issues? Why is it that in many cases it is women who have to stand up and demand these changes? And yes, I see men speaking up when it's politically convenient for them. I see your social media posts. But what we need to see is more courage demonstrated through action. And as parliamentarians, we need to be reflecting on this because it is in this system that we work that needs to be shaken. I think about how no one has spoken out against the former Liberal MP for Kitchener South, Hespeler, who is facing assault and criminal harassment charges. And this is after the Liberal Party allowed him to run under the party banner, despite the fact that claims about inappropriate behavior involving him and a female staffer were reported to the party multiple times over the last 5 years. I did that when it happened under my own tent. Where are the feminists on this side on that issue? We need men standing up in the House acknowledging the privilege found within patriarchal systems of power, and also, more importantly, we need them to take action when sexism happens within their own caucuses. Shouldn't be me having to do that work all the time. And where were the woke MPs when we needed them to speak out, to enact change, and to ensure that all of these things never happen again? It's all good and well to post on social media or to voice support for gender equality, but when there is no action, there is no change. Let's not forget about the issue of female genital mutilation. When I served as the Shadow Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, this was an issue I had to repeatedly and shamefully push in the House of Commons. Media had reported that a draft version of the new Citizen Guide had dropped the condemnation of this abhorrent practice. And there were headlines like, "The Minister of Immigration won't commit to keeping warning about FGM in the Immigration Guide." After these reports came to light, I had to sponsor a petition that called the government to ensure that the final draft of the new Citizenship Guide, including the condemnation of this practice. And I questioned the minister about this change repeatedly. Why did I have to do that? This is a no-brainer. And yet it was weeks, it was months before we saw action, feminism. The fact that this question had to even be brought up and officially condemned in our parliament is appalling to me. And when I think about today's debate, I also think about the women in my riding who have been devastated by this government's policy on the energy sector and Alberta more broadly. While everyone in my community, everyone, wants to support a transition to a renewable energy-based economy, having no plan to support them and no plan for other jobs has left my community destitute. And that has a unique effect on women. Almost every day I hear about how the Liberal-induced jobs crisis in my community has left women in unimaginable situations. I've had women in my community say that with job losses in the energy sector, they've contemplated turning to prostitution as means of feeding their families. Rates of domestic violence are up, and they're losing their homes and their children. But yet we're talking about training people who have the privilege of being appointed into a judicial position. It's abhorrent that we're putting women in these situations because of the bourgeois attitude of this government. It's abhorrent that the women of my community are left behind while the Prime Minister stands idly by, claiming to be a feminist, without any compassion or plans to address their plight. Do these women and their families not matter simply because the province they live in and their gender doesn't tend to overwhelmingly vote for this brand? Is their struggle any less simply because the Prime Minister believes that their jobs are dirty? This is systemic misogyny, and it's right here in this place, and we're not addressing it. And these issues are not limited to our legal system. In schools across this country, young women are taught next to nothing about their bodies. Female sexuality is still something that is taboo to discuss, never mind talking about pleasure. We still see unfair dress codes that target girls for wearing so-called revealing clothing that are just comfortable to wear. And we see this with the ridiculous stigma around menstruation, a completely normal bodily function that billions of people around the world experience. That is to say nothing about the complete lack of discussion in schools about the unique experience of trans women and girls and the violence that they are subject to. This lack of education extends to our issues of consent as well. Our youth, especially our men, aren't taught that a yes means yes and that a no means no. How can we expect to actually address sexual violence in this country if girls learn to be ashamed of their bodies and young boys aren't being taught when sex is consensual or not? If we are silent across party lines on these issues here, in the center of power in our nation, what good does training judges do? If those who run the show here don't face consequences, why should those in the judiciary expect that they will be treated any differently? Every person has an individual responsibility to change the culture that has precipitated the need for this bill. And that includes calling out people in our own networks and challenging our own rigidly held dogmas. We're in the month of October, when the traditional images of witches take center stage in the popular culture across our country. Warped, disfigured, evil-looking women are held up as signs of all that is evil and wrong in the world, and that if something bad befalls you, witches are to blame. I could not think of a more apt month to discuss this bill. For a significant portion of relatively recent history, women were burned at the stake for being midwives and herbalists because the church and wealthy mercantile class wanted to consolidate the medical trade into the hands of men. Women were burned if they embraced their sexuality. Women were burned if they were too pretty and spurned the advances of a wealthy man, or if they spoke truth to power. And for a time, between 10 and 40,000 women were burned simply for being women who didn't conform with the behavior that the system of male patriarchal institutions prescribed. Today, the image of a witch still evokes deep-seated cultural norms that position strong, empowered women with extraordinary abilities as evil and something to be feared at best and eliminated at worst. The shamans, the elders, the wise women, the truth tellers, the midwives, and the empaths are the women who have brought change for the better to our world. And yet, in our history and celebrations, they are still portrayed as something to be warded against. And while women in our country are no longer literally burned at the stake for being powerful, how many are passed over for promotion by those who fear their courage? How many women are sexually assaulted and made to feel that they brought it on themselves? How many children sit in poverty because they bear the cost of childcare? How many women are taught that their sexuality is a sin, not a gift? How many women are placed in situations where they don't have total control over their bodies? And how many women never see justice for wrongs they have experienced? We still burn women for being witches, even if it's metaphorically. And that's why we're debating this bill. But there is hope. Women have always had the innate power to create, to bless, to lead, and to heal. When I came here, I thought I knew my power, but I really didn't. It took me time to understand that my intuition is always right, that my voice always has agency, that compassion always wins, and that courage, while sometimes met with great personal cost, will always deliver change. I have learned from tremendously courageous women in my time here. I remember the power and blinding radiance of Nadia Murad's face when she sat in the gallery as I fought alongside her for justice for her people. I remember the member from Vancouver Granville sitting resolute in her truth as her party worked to suppress her agency, but couldn't because her source of power was from something far greater that they could never remove. And I remember Jane Philpott, now the Dean of Medicine at Queen's University, congratulations, Jane, courageously supporting her in her cause, even though it cost her her political career. And I remember Megan Leslie, a champion for Canada's environment, as she pushed to remove plastic beads from our lakes and rivers. And I remember Lisa Raitt, as she gracefully mentored me through some of the hardest lessons these halls of power can present. I name these women and salute their courage and power, but we cannot forget the millions of unnamed women across this country who demonstrate their power on a daily basis. There's the mother who manages to feed her children with no partner to help her. There's the grandmother who takes care of her daughter's children. There's the doctor who finds a breakthrough in disease, and the lawyer who wins a case, and more. And I stand here today unafraid, after all these years, for doing what is right and no matter what is thrown against me. This is the magic that entrenched misogynistic systems try to beat out of women. They still try and beat it out of me every day, Madam Speaker. But we are remembering our power that has never left, and we are embracing it, and we're demanding justice. We are claiming our power and refusing to let men in power skate by. We're not here to make the system comfortable. I'm not here to make anyone comfortable. I'm here to effect change. And that's why this bill angers me, that we must put forward a program of training in the expectations that those that we elevate to the judiciary have come to this place of power needing it, is a clear demonstration to me that the system is broken. Why don't we appoint less misogynists to the bench instead of coming up with special programs to train the hate that women experience away? Why don't we appoint more brilliant women to the bench, women who will work to dismantle the systemic misogyny that exists across our legal system, rather than pouring tax dollars into a training program that does little to actually protect women? And there are questions that this bill plainly fails to address, and the government has taken precious little meaningful action to address them. And while I support this bill, I refuse to be quiet about how it clearly takes the wrong approach to an issue that cuts to the very core of our society. This topic is worthy of much debate, much debate. I have no problem criticizing this bill for not going far enough, and there are those who might even call me a witch for doing so. And by the way, happy Samhain to those who are celebrating, but I won't be silent. We owe it to women and girls in my riding and across the country, our daughters and those who will come after them, to demand more for them, a future where women and girls no longer live under the constant fear of sexual violence.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. I think she's demonstrated the importance of having debate on this bill. We've heard from members across the way that we shouldn't have the debate, but I think what we've seen today in the different important, thoughtful, and impassioned speeches is just how the debate itself, not just the bill, but the debate itself, is actually moving forward awareness and important conversations that need to happen. I wonder if the member could speak more to the nature of training. I think she spoke very well about the limitations of training, in that if there are certain people, if they're appointed to the bench and they have to go through sort of a perfunctory training requirement, it's not going to change what's in their hearts, what's in their mind. I wonder if she has thoughts on the types or forms of training that are more effective than others, and what guidance would she give to those who are shaping these kind of training programs on how to make them as effective as possible.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I just think we need less idiots. I just wish that we would appoint more people that we don't have to sensitivity train. I find the premise of this actually ridiculous. I really do. Like, think about this for a second. We're debating a bill that presumes that those that we are about to elevate to positions of influence where they are deciding justice in situations of sexual violence, that this might not already be a condition for their elevation. It's actually ridiculous. Like, it's actually fundamentally misogynist in its nature. So I don't understand why I have to talk about, maybe I should train somebody not to be John Riley. Like, it actually makes me really angry. And I think it sends this message to women that somehow we have to train people to do the right thing, when we should be hiring people who have already done that. For too long, we've hired people, we've elevated people who do not take action on these issues, who do not believe it in their car, and I'm tired of it. I understand the intent of this bill, but it doesn't address the bigger problem. And everybody here is guilty of it. Everybody. And after almost 10 years of being in here, enough is enough. I'm tired of having these debates. I'm tired of talking about sexual violence and sexual harassment and women in politics and this stuff. I'm done. I'm tired of the interviews that I get, the requests that I get. There just needs to be equality. And there needs to be an understanding that there are certain things that are just wrong and that my agency is equal to everyone else. And that's what needs to happen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, a colleague with whom I share a number of these very passionate feelings for the cause and advancement of women in politics. But I already had the opportunity to lead reflections on the matter of women and poverty, and obviously there is a link. We need to allow women to access better jobs, allow them to access politics, and allow them to have the same chances as men. We agree on that. The problem of violence against women is much more vast than the bill today. However, I believe that it is important to make this gesture, having discussed it with elected officials in the National Assembly, in Australia, elsewhere in the world. We prefer that there's diversity, and we hope in the future there will be diversity in the election of these positions and judges for more sensitivity. But I think that while working on that, once again, we can also vote for this bill, which will really allow, us to raise the awareness of. It's not just a matter of helping victims being better understood. It's not perfect. It's not the ultimate solution, but it's an important step in advancing the rights of victims.
Thank you to my colleague for her thoughtful question. I said I support this bill, but you know what I'm done with? I'm done with the fig leaves, where we take a small little gesture and cover up a much larger problem and say we're good. Because what that means is that we keep debating these things, that we never see meaningful change, that after almost a decade of in this place, I'm still doing the same media requests. I'm still seeing the same problems here with regard to sexism. I'm still getting the sexist comments myself. I'm almost 40 years old, and this still happens to me. I don't understand it. And this is me. I'm in a position of privilege. What I'm saying is that I feel like this issue in particular is one that is tokenized. It's one where there's a small little crumb that's always put forward and it's meant to be a feast when it's not sufficient. And that's like, we can't just be debating this without debating every other issue. This is not going to deliver justice to First Nations and Indigenous women. It's not going to make it easier for women to report sexual assault. It really isn't. It's not enough. Okay. Sure, maybe it's a small step, but it can't be celebrated. It can't, because we still have so many things that we have to address. And I live this. I live this. I'm tired of living it. And if I'm living it, what about the women who don't have my privilege? And that's why this is so important, and that's why we need actual, real, fundamental change.
Questions and comments?
Sorry, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And to the member from Calgary Nose Hill, thank you so much for empowering all women, because I think this is a thing. It's about how we can empower women and how we actually do get to equality. And like herself, I know that I have gone through sexual harassment and different ordeals over my last 49 years. So I totally understand. And these are things that we need to do. What are your thoughts? I'm looking for the thoughts of the members specific to what we should be doing with young women and young boys, and how we can teach empowerment and what levels we should work at that. Because I think, to me, the core of the issue has to start through education. And I'm just looking for your thoughts on that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you to my colleague for her question and her work and her collegiality and her friendship to me. I wish I had 2 hours for this, Madam Speaker. I don't. I would just say this. This is my lived experience. I think I scare people because I'm really good at what I do, and I don't tolerate things that are unjust, and I don't tolerate cowardice, and I don't apologize for it. And I think what we need to do is embrace the fact that that quality in a woman is inherent to all women, and it's something that we should nurture and empower rather than trying to snuff out, right? That quality is punished. It is. And I think that's the starting point, is that a strong, empowered woman that leans into her courage and her place of power is everything that our society needs. And it's just not respected in our systems. And we have to realize that there are many barriers to many women across this country, millions of women, from being able to do that, be it poverty or housing or lack of access to education or lack of access to justice or trauma. And that's where we need to start. We need to start understanding that this is something that we value, not that we value with a like on social media, but we like in our own practice and action. And when someone is confronted with a strong woman who does something bold, that rather than castigating her for it, they embrace it and empower her and run with it. And until that happens, we will never see change, and we will always be fighting for our rights. And while I am here and while I have breath, I will do my best to make people do that and to empower those who will come behind me next.
Have time for one very short question from the Honourable Member for Victoria. You're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for her speech, for her words, and for her frustration and rage at the situation that women are facing. I share that. I have been a Member of Parliament for just a year, which means I've only had maybe a tenth of the barrage of sexism and I think back to February when this bill was put forward, and one of the Conservative members rose in the House after I spoke about the importance of listening to sex workers and of acknowledging that sex work is work. And that member asked me if I had ever considered sex work. Really, underneath that was an undermining of sex workers' value and re-stigmatizing the sex workers out there. And I'm curious if the member would want to comment on the need for legislation that actually protects sex workers, that actually destigmatizes the work that they do.
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Oh boy, member from Victoria. I'd love 2 hours on this too. I do share her concern about protections for sex workers. I think it goes back to my comment about the fact that overall our society, especially Canada, has a very poor understanding of what consent means, and also that we don't openly talk about women's sexuality and their agency and their rights in their body. It's just something that we put in these little silos and don't think about. There's so much work to be done on that. It's something that I think we can all work across party lines on, and one that I would really support her on. And I would just say this to her: I am angry. I am angry. I'm angry. I'm angry that I have to carry the emotional labor of this stuff and my male colleagues don't, or that they put it on me and don't think about doing it. Enough is enough.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. If you could just clarify how much time I will have before the end of the day. 15 minutes, okay. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today with respect to Bill C-3. Before getting elected, I had the opportunity to serve on the board of an organization in my riding called Saffron Centre, and I want to recognize the great work they are doing, providing counseling as well as education with respect to bullying, sexual violence, boundaries, and related points. And it's interesting, I served on the board of that organization prior to the Me Too movement. At the time, we would have conversations as a board about really the lack of social awareness around these issues and some of the challenges of fundraising and of engaging people in supporting our organization in the context of where the awareness was at that time. And there's still a long way to go, but I think a lot has changed as a result of the Me Too movement. There's been a real kind of growth in awareness and recognition. And it's interesting for me to speak with some of the people involved in the organization after the start of the Me Too movement. And what they shared with me was that there was a significant increase in the demand for counseling. And a lot of it was cases of historic trauma. That is, people who had experienced cases of sexual harassment and violence perhaps decades ago that had never really come forward or sought help, and then were kind of empowered to seek that help based on what they were hearing about in the media, on social media, in terms of other people stepping forward and sharing their experience. I think we probably all have stories about community-based organizations in our riding, and I think the way in which the public conversations around the Me Too movement encouraged other people to come forward and seek counseling and support for historic trauma really reminds us of the importance of these conversations. Some time today has been spent debating the debate with members across the way, challenging, why are we having this debate? Why don't we just, give you see it all stages on this bill? But, Madam Speaker, we have seen cases in which bills that maybe have one objective don't fulfill that objective or could be strengthened in other ways at committee. And I think that process, the parliamentary process, is important. But I think we've also seen today just how the conversations around these issues can be important and inspiring for people. So I think it is important for us as members of Parliament to discuss these issues as we, of course, support Bill C3 and work to move it forward. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, in 2017, our former Conservative leader, Rona Ambrose, tabled the JUST Act, a private member's bill, which sought to require lawyers who wish to become judges to receive training on sexual assault, as well as requiring courts to provide the rationale for rulings on sexual assault. This bill was adopted unanimously by the House of Commons, but unfortunately it was delayed in the Senate, and as a result, the JUST Act was never adopted. In Canada, an estimated 1 in 3 women and 1 in 8 men will be victims of sexual violence over the course of their lives. This means that roughly 5.73 million women and 2.3 million Canadian men will be victims. We can all agree that these numbers are far too high, and unfortunately, Statistics Canada has reported in 2014 that only 5% of sexual assaults had been reported to police. This means that fewer than 5% of sexual predators face the justice they deserve for their despicable acts. This low number of reported cases is due to the fact that victims of sexual assault no longer have confidence in our justice system. A report published by the Department of Justice entitled A Survey of Survivors of Sexual Violence from 3 Canadian Cities revealed that 2/3 of women had little or no confidence in the judicial process. This is because of cases where judges presiding over sexual assault trials had no knowledge of Canadian legislation on sexual assault, Canadian laws on sexual assault, rather. That resulted in incidents where judges wrongly questioned the character of victims and were completely unaware of our laws on sexual assault. The JUST Act would have improved the situation. Last Monday, the Liberals decided to retable this bill. Like the JUST Act, Bill C3 would require that all newly appointed provincial justices attend a training session on sexual assault, and it amends the criminal code to require judges to provide written rationale or give their reasons when they make a decision on a sexual assault trials.
Politics aside, I'm happy that the initiative was taken to protect vulnerable victims of sexual assault. However, I think we should take advantage of this opportunity to go even further. In February, I said here in the House it would be helpful to also include sexual assault training for parole officers. And I would like the government to add this to this bill. We know there have been problems in the past with the parole board. dangerous criminals have been released and then committed further crimes. One example of this is the case of Eustachio Galizzi, a convicted killer who stabbed a woman while on release. That was an incident that could have been totally avoided if the parole board had used common sense. I fear a similar incident could occur with a predator on parole. That's why it's essential that we give our parole officers training on sexual assault and sexual predators. Victims have to be protected. Madam Speaker, I know the Liberal government loves to boast about how feminist it is. Well, here's a golden opportunity for the Liberals to show Canadians that their feminist approach is legit and not just a political discussion point. I think going further than the previous proposition by including other measures that will protect victims of sexual assault would be a good initiative. I know we all want to ensure that Canadian men and women are protected against predators, and as lawmakers in this minority government, I think it's important for us to work together to ensure that we pass the best possible and most complete legislation possible. I look forward to discussing with my colleagues from all political stripes the need for sexual assault training for our judges and also for our parole officers.
Madam Speaker, having discussed now the substance and history of this particular bill and some related issues, I'd like to add a few additional general comments about the vital work of combating sexual assault, and then afterwards to respond to some of the other comments that have been made thus far in this debate. While recognizing the value of educational initiatives, I think we also need to recognize their inherent limits. Criminal behavior by some and callousness or indifference by others can indeed result from ignorance. Ignorance can be resolved through education. But ignorance is not the only cause of bad behavior. Some people who are fully informed about what is right and wrong will still go on to commit heinous crimes or show indifference to the sufferings of others. For such people, the problem is not awareness. Rather, it is inclinations or patterns of behavior which they have not brought under control. It also might be a lack of empathy. For those who lack a requisite degree of empathy, no amount of information will change their behavior. As author C.S. Lewis once observed, education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make a man a more clever devil. Lewis's point deserves reflection as we consider the importance but also the limitations of prescribing education and training in response to sexual assault and harassment. We need to ask ourselves what actions we can take, what actions other institutions can take to support the development of positive as opposed to negative patterns of behavior, as well as the development of empathy. Without this necessary development of character and virtue, more education in terms of legal lines and processes will be ineffective. Mr. Speaker, another way to consider this issue is through the lens of the old debate between virtue ethics and rule-based ethics. Rule-based ethics frames ethical action as being about adherence to rules. In the present case, a rule like don't assault or harass another person is the one being applied. Virtue ethics, on the other hand, frames ethics in terms of the need to develop positive qualities of character which allow individuals to both know what is right and to be able to apply that knowledge in specific situations. So virtue ethics would emphasize the need to develop the virtues of justice and self-control. A person who has developed the virtues of justice and self-control will necessarily not engage in behavior that hurts or threatens other people. Justice being the virtue of giving to others what is due to them, and self-control being the virtue of controlling one's own appetites or inclinations. These two ethical frameworks, rule-based and virtue ethics-based, are not mutually exclusive, but there is a question of emphasis. Personally, I believe that the virtue ethics framework is more important because it seeks to not only attend to questions of what we ought to do, but also to questions of how to develop the capacity to consistently do what we ought to do. Efforts to combat sexual assault should not just involve education in the form of passing on information about standards of conduct and legal frameworks, but should also involve the positive promotion of qualities of character like justice and self-control. Growing up, I don't specifically recall ever being directly told, don't sexually harass or assault people. Instead, I was taught to recognize the innate dignity of all people and to exercise control over my impulses. When justice and self-control are fully absorbed, the specific rule in this case seems very obvious. As a father, I obviously think a lot about how to raise my own children to be good people and good citizens. My own children are too young for discussions about sexual violence, but I already try to work to encourage the development of the virtues of justice and self-control, as well as a sense of solidarity and empathy. The development of these intellectual and practical virtues will hopefully make it obvious how to behave in situations that they may encounter in the future. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, much is said today about the idea of toxic masculinity. In my opinion, it's important for us to seek to replace toxic masculinity with a redefined masculinity. Toxic masculinity involves seeking power over others, but a redefined concept of masculinity means power and control over oneself and one's own appetites, and the courage to work to protect vulnerable people and advance justice. Winston Churchill once observed that the power of man has grown in every sphere except over himself. Here, Churchill puts his finger on one of the biggest problems we face today. People who may know what is right and have been fully educated in terms of what is right still do not always have the will or virtues required to exercise the necessary power over their whims and appetites. That exercise of that power over self is vitally important in order to be a good person and a good citizen. A person without the virtues of justice and self-control can never be truly happy or resilient. A redefined masculinity would emphasize justice and control of self, not personal gratification and the domination of others. I worry that in so many domains, modern governments emphasize rules but not virtues, training but not the development of character. And I think we need to give more considerations to the lessons that virtue ethics can provide for combating evils like sexual harassment and assault. I hope those who are developing these training programs for judges as well as for others, for young people, for educators, for former offenders, etc., will take into consideration the important insights of the virtue tradition. Now, Madam Speaker, I know I have maybe a minute and a half left today, and then we'll just be wrapping up when we return to debate on this issue. But I want to take the remainder of my speech and just respond to some of the points and observations. My colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, I think, spoke very eloquently about many different issues. She spoke about the importance of jurisdictions. And this bill is an action in the area of federal jurisdiction, but it reminds us as well that there is other action that needs to be taken at other levels of government. And the debate we're having today can hopefully be an impetus for further conversations. My colleague from Sarnia-Lambton also spoke about the issue of rape culture. And it's worth revisiting, I think, the important work done in the last Parliament, initiated by my colleague, the member for Peace River Westlock, on understanding the impact that violent sexual images can have on especially young boys who see those images. And I think we need policy changes specifically that combat rape culture, such as having requirements for meaningful age verification on the internet. We shouldn't be allowing young boys to access violent sexual images on the internet. And by instituting mechanisms for meaningful age verification, we could provide greater protections to ensure that there aren't those aspects of rape culture that are shaping the kind of early sexualization of young boys. And so I want to salute the member for Sarnia-Lambton and the member for Peace River Westlock for the work that they've done on those issues. And I hope we will see, in the spirit of meaningful action on these issues, things like meaningful age verification. And Madam Speaker, I think I'll be picking up those remarks when we return. Thank you very much.
Yes. The member will have 5 minutes left for his notes and 10 minutes of questions when the bill next comes up for debate. And we now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. En conséquence, la question est la...
Accordingly, the question is the following one, that this House do now adjourn.
L'honorable député...
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to be able to join everyone virtually today and talk about a question that I first raised last week about another potential wee scandal that the Liberals are trying to hide. Now, Madam Speaker, you'll know that we have in this country national security exemptions, which is a designation used around the procurement of national defense equipment and is rarely used except when we need to make sure that we don't, I guess, release any details of a situation or a piece of equipment that could compromise the security of Canada or members of the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, unfortunately, what I asked the Minister of Public Service and Procurement Canada last week was whether or not they were using the National Security Exemption designation to hide the details of sole source contracts for personal protection equipment. Now, we have learned, Madam Speaker, that there is a $237 million sole source contract for the procurement of ventilators, and the production of the Baylis ventilator, which is produced, and let me just go to that, the name of it. It's called the Baylis V4C. The V4C stands for Ventilators for Canadians, 560 ventilators. It's built by a consortium, but the manufacturer is Baylis Medical. And of course, Baylis Medical is owned by Frank Baylis, who is a former Liberal member of Parliament. Now, the minister proclaimed in the discussion last week during question period that everything had been publicly disclosed, but yet we know that the department is still hiding the details of the sole source contract to FTI Professional as, under the auspices of national security. It makes no sense. Now, we know that the Liberal government likes to hide behind a veil of secrecy, and they have used that iron curtain before by having national non-disclosure agreements with over 235 members of the Canadian Armed Forces who aren't allowed to talk about different procurement projects that are underway based upon the idea that it might violate commercial proprietary rights. But we also know, Madam Speaker, that they've used non-disclosure agreements as a gag order. And they used Vice Admiral Mark Norman actually as the example of what happens if you try to step outside of the chain of command, outside of the PMO, to discuss what is in the best interest of Canada, in the best interest of the Canadian Armed Forces. And of course, after the government was proved to have wrongfully accused Vice Admiral Mark Norman, they made him sign a non-disclosure agreement so he couldn't talk about how he was abused and misused by the federal Liberal government. Now, Madam Speaker, we need to make sure that all the details of these sole source contracts are widely available. We need to make sure that we are getting the best value for our taxpayer dollars. I don't begrudge the government having to use a sole source contract during a pandemic to access ventilators. I don't begrudge Baylis Medical, who are building these under contract for the government of Canada. I think that making sure that we get ventilators to Canadians is an important thing. However, the details of these transactions are not a matter of national security.
Sorry to interrupt, but the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Cordial good evening to my honourable friend in Manitoba, and through the miracle of technology, we get to have this exchange. And I know that the member is properly concerned with the efforts that we have underway to ensure the safety of Canadians, to ensure that we are protected through this pandemic, to ensure that Canadians and health professionals and others, border guards, RCMP officers, all sorts of people who look after us have access to PPE, have access to the very best of equipment, and have access to supply channels that we are going to require as we move through the various stages of this pandemic. Le gouvernement continue de veiller.
The government continues to look out for the safety and security of all Canadians. I'm sure all members would agree there is no more urgent priority. Since the start of the pandemic, the government has been taking steps to limit the spread of COVID-19. Public Services and Procurement Canada continues to focus on acquiring sufficient supplies to enable us to face any eventuality during this pandemic. PSPC has been buying essential personal protective equipment, the treatments and vaccines and tests necessary to protect Canadians.
A number of details through the PSPC website, and continues, virtually on a weekly or even more often basis to reveal details of our arrangements with respect to pandemic-related procurement. And I do want to take a moment to, because often it goes unrecognized, to recognize the very hard work of the professionals, the procurement professionals at PSPC. They are unsung heroes in the same way that our nurses, our doctors, our first responders, our Health Canada officials, public health officials in the provinces, in the same way that they are all guardian angels and heroes through this pandemic, so too are those at PSPC who use the tools available to them to make sure in a hyper-competitive global market that Canadians, our government, through our government to our partners, the provinces, that we acquire billions of units of PPE, including masks, N95 respirators, face shields, hand sanitizer, protective gowns and gloves, and of course more on the way. Maintenant, bien sûr, madame.
Now, of course, Madam Speaker, we have called on a number of foreign suppliers to purchase available supplies and for immediately and in the future. And we can all be proud of the large number of Canadian businesses that have innovated and rolled up their sleeves to produce the most needed PPE here in Canada, thereby generating economic spin-offs for the regions of Canada.
He mentions its application in defense procurement. I'm sure he's well aware that it's not limited to defense, that we use it in the areas, for example, in IT and cybersecurity. And I don't think any Canadian would argue that the question of the pandemic and pandemic-related procurement was too warranted that we use and avail ourselves of the national security exemption with respect to pandemic purchasing. And that, of course, is going to be something that we will be as transparent as we can going forward. But I know that Canadians will also understand that it's a matter.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just in my rebuttal to the Parliamentary Secretary, and I'll just want to read in here is that, and this is right off a government website, the national security exemption element permits a government to exclude a procurement from the application of the procurement rules of trade agreements if it's necessary for protection of security interests. And the government shall not invoke the NSE if Canada's security interests, only invoke it if this NSE, if security interests are at risk. National security is not at risk over the purchase of ventilators or N95 masks, Madam Speaker. So the question back to the government is, what are the Liberals trying to hide this time? It's just another example of how this government likes to cloak themselves in the curtain of secrecy and never, ever talk about the details of these contracts. This is another sole-sourced situation, and we could be looking at another WE scandal, and the government needs to come clean on this, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And say to that using the national security exemption does not mean we don't use procurement best practices, negotiate and conclude fair market contracts with our suppliers. That's, of course, what we do. And I'm rather surprised the member believes that a global pandemic, the worst seen in 100 years, is not a matter that we would apply national security measures to. I think it is very fully, and Canadians understand that it is a matter that you would apply national security measures to. Donc, permettez-moi.
So allow me, Madam Speaker, to repeat that with the increasing number of COVID cases in Canada, we are going to ensure that Canada is ready for any contingency
ever faced, and the government must continue to meet the challenges that it presents head on.
Thank you. L'honorable député. The honourable member for L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first I'd like to say that my intern Olivia helped me in preparing today's
today's notes, I think it's very important to recognize the work done by others to support us. Madam Speaker, 5 days ago, I asked for answers regarding the work sharing program in Mégantic and elsewhere in Canada. One of the answers I got last week was that we announced steps to support Canadians, changes to the EI, and we created new benefits to ensure that no Canadian or worker will be left behind. The problem is that that was not the question I was asking. What I was asking was, were there people or businesses who used the time-sharing program, or the work-sharing program rather, and they decided to call people back to work? We asked businesses to call workers back, and we even extended, or the time was even extended for businesses to have access to this program. The problem was that workers who were called back to work, who in the past were able to receive the CERB, no longer were able to do so because there was a technical glitch. Since May, since June, there are over 150 workers in my writing who were unable to obtain payment for the work they did because of the technical glitch, and the government has not been able to fix this problem. The people and the public servants who responded to us tried to do as much as they could. They pressed all the buttons you could think of. It didn't work. We spoke to people in cabinet. They tried to make things work. We spoke with the minister. I asked questions last week. Unfortunately, the answers I got were not related at all with the question that I had asked. That means that the 154 people living in Mégantic-l'Érable with whom I was able to speak still have not had access to that portion of their salary. There are people working in the granite industry who talked about this, and another worker said that the financial pressures were too much, and then another business was saying that businesses are no longer able to justify the fact that workers aren't getting their full salary. So they're just asking somebody in the government, somebody, to say, okay, it's our fault because the employees are no longer believing the business owners who are telling them that it's not their fault. So today I had the opportunity to ask my question of the Prime Minister. He said very clearly that he would make sure he found out about and informed himself of the situation. I hope he will do so that we can finally fix the problems that these businesses are facing. I know that things have already moved along a little bit since the question period, but is it normal in these times that a member has to do so much? And that's been since June. I even issued a press release, not to try to denounce anybody, but just to try to get these workers their full salary because they responded to the government's call. My question is very simple. Will we finally be able to get a date for when these workers will have access to their full salary? They deserve it. They responded to the government's call to action, and now the government has to respond.
Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member from Mégantic-l'Érable for his question. Je tiens à préciser.
I want to specify that the Government of Canada is committed to supporting Canadian workers during the COVID-19 crisis.
The workers in Princeville, Thetford Mines, and Plessisville deserve our support, Madam Speaker. They expected our support when they applied for the work-sharing program. Le programme Travail Partagé.
The Government of Canada's work-sharing program supports employers and employees when there's a downturn in commercial activity, as the one we are seeing now.
The program allows employers to retain valued and skilled workers while allowing EI-eligible employees to maintain their work skills. When COVID-19 hit, the Government of Canada worked quickly to make work sharing available to more employers and workers through the introduction of temporary special measures, including doubling the maximum duration of an agreement of 76 to 76 weeks. We reduced the time to set up these agreements as well from 6 weeks to 2 weeks. We simplified mandatory requirements by easing the employer recovery plan and removing the need for employers to submit financial documents. And we extended the program to workers considered essential to the recovery and viability of businesses, like those engaged in product development and marketing. Madam Speaker, the work sharing program has been very popular. Since the start of the pandemic, demand for agreements rose 3,938% compared to the same period last year. And as of early October, the Government of Canada has approved over 3,600 work-sharing agreements involving nearly 115,000 workers. And while the vast majority of these workers are receiving their work-sharing benefits, there are some who are experiencing problems. And we're working hard to fix that, Madam Speaker, day in and day out. Department officials are working around the clock to fix these claims. The money will be flowing very soon and people will get their due. They will not lose benefits as a result of this delay. In the meantime, I want to be clear that the Government of Canada understands the difficulties that any delay in benefit payments can cause to claimants and their families. Madame la Présidente, nous appuyons.
Madam Speaker, we support all Canadian workers. We will do everything that is required to help Canadians get through this crisis. The Honourable Member for Mignonnet-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, that's what I've been hearing since the very beginning. They're nice words, but we've been, they've been saying we're working hard to try to find a solution, to try to make things move. Perhaps the parliamentary secretary could do it himself, call the three businesses, the three leaders of the unions, and explain that there's a problem because the government, because people are having to live off only 45% of their pay. They're missing 55% since June. I mean, that makes no sense. What I want is an explanation, not of the program, but I want these people to receive their paychecks so that they can make ends meet. They stepped up when the government called on people to go back to work. They got off the CERB. These workers went back to work. And unfortunately, they are not being given or getting their fair share of the bargain, which was that they would get proper pay. So what will the government do?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we do recognize, I can assure the member, we do recognize the urgency of this situation. And I can, as I stated in my comments, department officials are working around the clock to fix these issues. And the money will be flowing very, very soon. And as we look ahead to the future, we are going to look at the EI system to reform it so that it reflects how Canadians are working now. We're going to redesign it for the 21st century and for a successful economic recovery. And in the meantime, the Government of Canada has the back of Canadians. And so the successful work sharing program will continue to be there for Canadians. In addition to a simplified, more accessible employment insurance program that supports work sharing, the new Canada Recovery Benefits Act will allow workers to bridge the gap from receiving the CERB to one of the recovery benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefit, the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit, and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit that were passed into law on October the 2nd. The simplified EI program and these new recovery benefits will support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to follow up on my question from Friday and hopefully get some clarification on the Liberal government's lack of transparency when it comes to the procurement of essential PPE. To reiterate, the Liberal government has been using national security exceptions in order to prevent Canadians from knowing who is being awarded contracts for items such as disposable non-medical masks. When asked on October 1st by the member for Charlesbourg-St. Charles about contracts not being disclosed due to national security reasons, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement said, and I quote, "We made all of our contracts public on our website at the end of July in the interest of full transparency for Canadians," end quote. Then, when my colleague from Selkirk Interlake Eastman pushed back on that reply, the minister doubled down, saying that, quote, in the interests of full transparency, we revealed on our website at the end of July all of our contracts and suppliers, end quote. Madam Speaker, that's a definitive statement. It leaves no room for interpretation or doubt. Yet on Friday, when I raised in question period that I have an email from the minister's departmental staff confirming to a business in my riding that contract recipients for non-medical disposable masks were being withheld based on the national security exception, the parliamentary secretary changed the government's tune. The parliamentary secretary acknowledged that they have been using the national security exception in order to prevent Canadians from knowing who is getting contracts for Made in Canada PPE. And apparently, Madam Speaker, this is happening so regularly that the Liberals need to plan for a big document dump after the fact. Setting aside that the Minister of Public Service and Procurement appears to have misled the House and risked putting herself in contempt of Parliament, given what we know to be true based on the department's own website and the parliamentary secretary's recent admissions, it sounds like the Liberals are trying to use the same tactics as they did when releasing the WE scandal documents. Try to bury the opposition with redacted paperwork. Madam Speaker, if I were a betting man, I would guess that this additional information will come out right before a constituency week, or maybe late in December before the House adjourns, or in June when it adjourns again. And this, Madam Speaker, is the real issue. Madam Speaker, the government can use the national security exception to prevent foreign companies or governments from bidding on these contracts. But that doesn't mean they need to use the secrecy components to prevent Canadian taxpayers from knowing how much the federal government is paying for our own domestic PPE and other protective equipment, and who we're buying it from. How can Canadian companies know they're competitive with other Canadian companies if all of this information is withheld? To try and say that we can't know who was awarded a domestic-only contract for non-medical disposable masks because it would put our supply at risk seems very disingenuous, Madam Speaker, especially when the posted list of interested suppliers is on the tender's website with the company names, emails, and phone numbers for how to get in touch with them. What it comes down to is that my constituents no longer believe that this government is spending their tax dollars wisely. After the WE scandal, the Frank Baylis debacle, and the procurement ombudsman looking into the former Minister of Environment's contracting practices, just to name a few recent examples, the Liberal government has proven time and again that they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt, Madam Speaker. When will the government release the names of the companies that have received contracts for PPE so that Canadian taxpayers can be assured that their money isn't being funneled to well-connected Liberal insiders?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Service and Procurement. It's frozen. Apologies, the screen seems to be frozen now. Your video is off. No, it's on? No? Okay, it's coming up. We're not taking away your time. Come on, technology. We want to go for dinner.
Madam Speaker.
I thought you were going to suggest that you would be happy to provide appropriate equipment to to the Parliamentary Secretary, but I think we're trying to unbug the system.
Madam Speaker.
We can hear you, absolutely.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened there. I appear to have been dumped on a rather untimely basis, but I want to assure you, my colleagues, and the honourable member from Red Deer that have a lot of stuff to tell him.
Can you hear? I'm sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Can you hear him, Mr. Calkins? Can you hear the Parliamentary Secretary? Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Donc merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and sorry about this. I don't know. I have no idea what happened with the technology there.
Friend from Red Deer Lacombe for his intervention and, of course, his interest in this issue. I listened with interest to his comments. What I can say is very simply this. When the global pandemic was declared, we faced a situation where personal protective equipment and equipment of all kinds that Canadians and healthcare workers would require on an urgent basis had to be sourced, in some cases from countries around the world, in some cases in Canada. And we, of course, applaud all of those countries who, all of those
I think we lost you, Mr. McKinnon.
I am here.
Did you stop speaking?
I did stop speaking, Madam Madam Speaker, rather, because there is something very odd happening with the technology as we speak. Can you see me?
No.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm happy to continue.
Sorry? Hear you, so you can continue the answer. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, and I do refer my honourable friend to the comments that I just made to his colleague from Manitoba as well. But let me just very briefly assure the honourable member that the professionals, the procurement professionals at Public Services and Procurement, along with our colleagues at the Public Health Agency of Canada and, of course, partners across the country, are working extremely hard to ensure that Canadians have the supply of personal protective equipment and healthcare equipment of all kinds that is required. We are also very grateful to those domestic suppliers who have stepped up and supplied the government with equipment of all kinds. And their contribution will, of course, go a long way into ensuring that Canada has a sustainable supply of domestic equipment and other materials available for use as we traverse this incredible public health crisis. I would say to the honourable member that the company that he references in the riding are, of course, welcome to offer to the department and to officials the equipment that they may be in the process or may have the capability of producing. And I know that our officials have entertained thousands of such offers from right across Canada, and I know that they will deal with the same level of interest. And I want to thank him for offering that up. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, let me just say this. The professionals at Public Services and Procurement Canada, just like those across the Government of Canada and throughout first responders in the healthcare system, are owed a great debt of thanks for the night and day work that they have done for the 6 months now of this pandemic to make sure that Canadians are safe and have access to the equipment that they need.
The honourable member for the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, I appreciate the parliamentary secretary trying to skirt the issue again. He's not actually hearing the question that I'm asking. The people that I'm representing and that have asked me to look into this matter on their behalf would be more than happy to be suppliers. In fact, they did bid on a contract, but were unable to find out why they were unsuccessful in their bid. And it doesn't make any sense because there's nothing sensitive about non-medical disposable masks. And given the fact that we are now months down the road, there seems to be no reason or rational explanation for the need to hide some of this information from the taxpayers of Canada. So I want to know from the parliamentary secretary when this information can be released, and are future contracts where PPE might go to tender from the Government of Canada going to have the same national security exceptions, given the fact that we know much more now than we did several months ago. And frankly, I do share, too, the bureaucracies, my respect for the bureaucracy.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank my honourable friend, and once again apologize for the unexplainable technological issues that we seem to be experiencing. But do want to assure the honourable member that the national security exemption is required, is applied rather in those situations where officials believe it is in Canada's interest, in the interest of our citizens, of our partners in the provinces, of our healthcare workers, that Canada have ready access to contracting for equipment that is urgently required, and that the details in some cases represent a strategic interest of Canada's. Now, we have released dozens of details of dozens of contracts on our website, and we will continue to apply the same levels of accountability and transparency to our procurements, and yes, move in the future to continue on to more competitive procurements. We will continue to do that, but Madam Speaker, in conclusion, let me just assure you that we will, as a first order of business, make sure the Canadian...
I apologize, but I have to respect the timelines. So the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.